Meetings on time at 11 o'clock. So you can, you can continue to have your tea, bring it to your tables. We'll start exactly at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. Amit, can you escort Mr. Shunanda Dattirai to the dais, please? Mr. Dattirai. With the permission of the chair, can we start the proceedings? Mr. Sharma? Your Excellencies, Ambassador Anil Wadhwa, Mr. Shunanda Dattirai, distinguished editor, and my own editor, Mr. Sitaram Sharma, the founder president of TIPS, whose vision is coming alive today, members of the Consular Corps, esteemed scholars, academics, diplomats, members of the press, and friends. A very good morning to all of you. It is indeed heartwarming, quite literally so, given the cold circumstances outside, to see so many distinguished guests here. Your presence, braving the unprecedented chill, speaks volume about the urgency of the topic that we have at hand. Hopefully, you have not only filled this morning with warmth, but will generate some heat as the proceedings get underway. The evolving geopolitical balance in the Indo-Pacific is a very, very important subject for us. Today, we gather to explore the dynamic forces shaping our shared maritime commons, from economic synergies and maritime security to sustainable diplomacy amidst flux. It is a matter of pride for us at the Tagore Institute of Peace Studies that we have always found rich support from the city's intelligentsia, which has attended 4 seminars that we have hosted since TIPS was launched in May last year. And it is particularly reassuring for us that we have the Ministry of External Affairs as our collaborators for the present seminar. The vibrant gathering here tells us that the MEA's faith in us is well placed. Our deep gratitude to the Ministry for supporting our initiative. Our heartfelt appreciation to Ambassador Anil Wadhwa for his 24/7 availability and invaluable support in making this program possible. Always accessible when we needed guidance, his wise counsel and active encouragement have been instrumental in TIP's success and the realization of this very seminar. Mr. Shaugat Rai, MP and President of the WEF Pune, is unable to join us right away because he was called away on an urgent meeting. He's chairing some consultative committee meeting on the railways, but he said he would wriggle out of it and join us as soon as possible. Our heartfelt appreciation to Mr. Shunanda Dattirai, whose generous counsel we have never failed to receive, always saying yes when TIPS needed him the most. We hope that his guidance and presence will continue to enrich our seminars and elevate Kolkata's voice in global discourse. This program owes itself to Mr. Sitaram Sharma's unwavering commitment that has brought this institute to life and made the seminar possible. From conceptualizing our mission of preventive diplomacy to securing MEA collaboration and nurturing Kolkata's peace studies ecosystem, his dedication remains the cornerstone of our success. Envisioned to advance the universal harmony beyond borders, TIPS promotes preventive diplomacy, research on geopolitics, and peace education aligned with the United Nations principles, and engages in knowledge sharing through its seminars and workshops. I'm particularly gratified to see such a big contingent of students who I imagine have turned up here because they wish to pursue diplomacy as a career and wish to understand geopolitics. For you, TIPS has a very useful foundation course in peace and conflict resolution. For our guests from the academia and the diplomatic corps, your insights, courtesy your experiences from across the globe, will certainly illuminate pathways for cooperation, transforming competition into collective resilience. Let this dialogue foster the sustainable peace that our region demands. Please join me in applauding our distinguished guests, our speakers, our engaged participants, and most importantly, yourselves, for choosing dialogue over indifference. Finally, my special thanks to my colleagues at TIPS and WEP Pune for their unwavering support to our young but rapidly maturing initiative. May I now request Mr. Rahul Verma to kindly hand over tokens of our appreciation to our guests. Mr. Sidaram Sharma should also get a... thank you all very much. Mr. Sharma, over to you for taking this morning's proceedings forward.
Hello.
You are allowed to speak for you.
Thank you. Is only my speech. So I will begin with that. Thanks. Your Excellencies, Ambassador Anil Wadhwa, the key speaker for this morning, Sri Shaukat Araya, our President WEP Pune, he'll be joining very shortly. You know political people, they have their own engagements. Mr. Sunando Dottore, my esteemed friend, once he told me, have I ever said no to you? And I have taken full advantage of that. So thank you very much, Mr. Dattare. Mrs. Ray is also here. I'm very happy about that. I can see Dr. Vikram Sarkar has just joined us. Esteemed scholars, distinguished speakers, diplomats, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you. My mind goes back to May 2025 when we launched TIPS. We had a very simple vision when we started TIPS of working towards universal harmony, impacting young minds. I see many young friends here present. I'm very happy about that. For sustainable peace. Our whole idea was peace in a not very peaceful world. Friends, despite my optimism, and you know when I started it, my son who is present here, he said, this is not the age, I'm nearing 80, to start such venture. I said, I'm not starting a venture, I'm starting an adventure. So I took that initiative. But thanks to my colleagues, my friends in WEP Pune, who came forward and gave me full support. Now you see, I never thought, despite my great optimism, that we would have 5 high-impact seminars by January 2026. And finally, having collaboration with the Ministry of External Affairs, which is a great achievement for us. And again for this, I would like to thank Excellency, my friend, Sri Anil Wadhwa, that we have this collaboration with the MEA largely because of him. And it marks a milestone. Many of my friends, they have expressed surprise that an organization within 5 months of its establishment is having a program jointly with the Public Policy Division of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. It's a big achievement. And I think, again, I would like to congratulate and thank Ambassador Anil Wadhwa for that. And it also marks a milestone in kind of a, in the place of Asia of Calcutta, that we are having such a conference in Kolkata, I think after a very, very long time. The Indo-Pacific, the subject itself is very important. And it is today the critical rubrical where 21st century power dynamics will be forced. But I leave that part of discussion to the very distinguished panel of speakers which we have with us today. Normally, the vote of thanks is given at the end, but I will depart from that, and I would like to begin by proposing my sincere gratitude to two people who are largely responsible for whatever we have achieved so far. My first thank goes to Mrs. Kajri Biswas, who was then director of MEA office in Kolkata, and later on with the Public Policy Division, MEA, who gave me the initial idea of organizing a seminar on Indo-Pacific. It was never in my horizon. And also suggesting the name of Ambassador Anil Wadhwa, please get in touch with him. If he is the inaugural speaker, your seminar is a success. So naturally, so my second but no less valuable thing goes to Ambassador Anil Wadhwa. When I approached him, when I requested him, he instantly agreed not only to come and inaugurate, to deliver the inaugural address, in fact, who is present here with us, and that not only extended his full support and guided throughout the program. For each and small everything, I will ring him up and he will never disappoint me. In fact, he was keep on asking how things are going with the MEA, how things are going with the MEA. So I'm very happy to inform you that finally the approval has come. So, so thank you, Ambassador Anil Wadhwa. Then there's my long-standing friend, Professor Saugat Rai. We are 40 years old friend. In fact, as a young, we have traveled a lot, went to Goa for the holidays and all that, lot of things. So that I'll speak when he is here. So, but one thing, again, I tell you about Saugato, that he has been a really great support to all my activities, including the UN Association and the TIPS. Then you know that I will now turn to Sri Shurando Dottore, the editor par excellence, whose editorials have helped me. In fact, I'll tell you a small story that when I went to a school long back for my admission in class 3, so the English teacher, my test was to read Statesman. And I read it. And you know what was my position. When I came back home, and I was told that if you want to learn English, read Statesman. I won't say the other part, that if you want to unlearn English, read Amrit Vichar Patrika. That I will not say. But anyway, so when I came back home, I told my father that from tomorrow we'll have Statesman. He said, who will read it? I said, I will read it. I started reading it, and by the end of the day, I will read it with the dictionary. And by the end of the day, and I put red marks wherever I would not understand, by the evening it was only red and red and red. But that helped me a lot, and that helped me a lot to learn not only English, but also to write English. So this, I'm also thankful to him. He has also never said no to me. That I'm so thankful to him. And sometimes I take advantage of that. When I wrote my first book on the Bengal politics, West Bengal Changing Colors and Changing Challenges, which was published by Rupa, and Sri Sunandar Datta Rai was so kind enough to write the foreword for that book. So I'm really thankful to him, and thank you very much, Sunandar Datta Rai. And the person whom I'm missing most right now is my friend and the colleague, Professor Suranjan Das, who is the founder chairman of TIPS and who has been a pillar of strength for Tagore Institute of Peace. He's in Delhi attending he's in Nalanda rather, attending a seminar. So he is not with us, but then he is always very, very supportive of us. You know, initially the proposed title of this conference was Evolving Geopolitical Balance in Indo-Pacific, India's Response. On second thoughts, when we found that other countries, they have different perspective about the Indian Ocean, and which is also very important. So we dropped the word India's response. Whether it was right or wrong, I don't know. Ambassador will correct me if I am wrong. That because we thought it was important when we discuss about the Indian Ocean, all the different and differing perception on this important issue be welcome and deliberative. So we would like to deliberate different perspective on this issue. The current basket of the strategic initiatives includes the Act East policy and the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which India joined in 2022, seeking to expand regional trade, which has gradually guided India's foreign policy design to focus more on the maritime domain. For New Delhi, India's coastline and the maritime interests in the Indian Ocean in the neighboring region are now center stage. Trade with Indo-Pacific is vital for India's ambition to move towards a 10 trillion economy by 2030. There is thus possibly no maritime zone more central to India than the Indo-Pacific. It is for India to ensure that there is an open, rule-based order. This calls for smart diplomacy on the part of New Delhi to navigate the quick sense of power dynamics and to emerge as a stabilizing force. India's perception on the Indo-Pacific has been steadfast from Nehru to Modi. Not a very popular phrase, but I feel that we have a very senior diplomat in Ambassador Wadhwa to present India's current perception, which I have, if I'm not wrong, focuses on strategic autonomy, regional stability, and multipolar world, avoiding, which is very important, avoiding over-reliance on one single power center. The Chinese Consul General, Mr. Wee, who was a good friend of mine and who has agreed to participate, is unable to join us due to some unavoidable reasons. We were very keen on having the participation of the Chinese diplomat, but we are happy. We have two senior representatives. If I'm not wrong, they are here. Two senior representatives and observer from the Chinese consulate. We also have participation from the US consulate, from the French consulate, Philippines, Bangladesh, and many other countries. They are here as observers. Hopefully, when during the question and answer session, if you can provoke them to speak something, I'll be very happy, but I don't know about that, whether the observers will be speaking or not. We are extremely happy that the Consul General of Japan will be here if he has not yet come. And because Japan is a key Indo-Pacific country and is normally or generally credited is with the jump in starting the Indo-Pacific concept with his 2007 confluence of two seas speech given by the then Prime Minister Abe in the Indian Parliament, which became a core element of Japan's Indo-Pacific strategy. Japan is expected to play a major role in strengthening the concept of Indo-Pacific. Friends, we look forward to a very interesting, informative, and intellectual deliberation on this vital and strategic subject that was long back envisioned by the India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. When in his discovery of India, and I quote, "The Pacific is likely to take place of the Atlantic in the future as a nerve center of the world." So in 1946, he talked about the two seas, Atlantic and the Pacific. Now this is India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has articulated an important seven-pillared vision towards a safe, secure, and stable maritime domain that has taken the concept several steps forward in a world of differing perception. While the United States of America sees the Indo-Pacific through a security lens to counter China, India's priority is the strategic autonomy with a free, open, and inclusive rule-based order, as Prime Minister Modi has defined his Indo-Pacific vision. China would like to focus on securing its vital roots and economic expansion through a BRI and the String of Pearls strategy. India, however, would like to ensure its sphere of influence in Indian Ocean and resist any alignment with any power, avoiding all Cold War formings. China is India's major economic partner, but also a strategic threat, leading to anxiety and desire for a balanced power. Into these complex waters, I can only depend on Ambassador Wadhwa to help us mentally navigate the Indo-Pacific. With these words, before I invite Ambassador Wadhwa, I'll request you to please welcome with him a very strong round of applause for Ambassador Wadhwa. Can you speak from there? Please.
So, Mr. Sitaram Sharma, Professor Sunanda K. Dattare, Professor Ghatak, Mr. Verma, ladies and gentlemen, it's good to be back here for another event of TIPS. I was here at the inauguration and I was most impressed by the aims of what TIPS is supposed to do. Here in Kolkata, there is an immense need to have an institution of this nature. And Kolkata, of course, has been at the forefront of initiatives which have been led by the United Nations, and Mr. Sitaram Sharma's contribution has been immense in that. I'd like to congratulate him and the team who've been able to put this together. Frankly speaking, my contribution has been very minimal. I was only in touch with the current lot who are there in MEA, who are most supportive of regional events such as these, and the Policy Planning Division of the Ministry of External Affairs really wants to have an awareness which is spread around the country about foreign policy, strategic issues, and also um, if there are more universities who can take part in foreign policy decision making, I think the Ministry of External Affairs is much more responsive and supportive today than ever. Having said that, I think today's topic about evolving geopolitical balance in the Indo-Pacific uh, is something which is really evolving day to day. So when I was asked to send in my contribution for this event uh, to Mr. Sharma, that was a few days ago because I also took this opportunity to go to the colonial settlements along the Hooghly over the past week. And I was most impressed with what I saw because there is so much of history in West Bengal which you can see through these settlements. And all the writings that I had read before suddenly came to life, and I'm very much enriched and so happy when I went to these places. I don't think it's a lifetime opportunity for me to go to places like Serampur, Chandranagar, Bandel, Chinsura, and Murshidabad. Wonderful legacy and heritage that West Bengal has. Coming to the topic, well, the Indo-Pacific has emerged as a principal arena in which the future of global power will be decided, not because of any single crisis or confrontation which will take place in the future, but this is where uh, economic vitality, strategic competition, and political influence intersect most intensely. It is the region through which the bulk of global trade flows, where demographic and technological change are reshaping societies more than any part of the world, and also where ambition of great powers collide with the anxieties of smaller states. For India, the Indo-Pacific is no longer a peripheral concept, which is borrowed from, former uh, foreign strategic vocabularies, but it has become the defining framework through which today New Delhi understands its security, its economic growth, and also its international role. So India's response to the evolving geopolitical balance in the Indo-Pacific reflects a very complex mix of continuity and change. This is shaped by historical experience, but also contemporary threats and a long-standing desire to preserve strategic autonomy in an increasingly polarized world. For much of its post-independence history, India's strategic thinking remained overwhelmingly continental. Threat perceptions were dominated by land borders, partition-induced trauma, and wars with Pakistan and China, and internal challenges of nation building. Despite India's peninsular geography and millennia-old maritime traditions, the oceans did not occupy a central place in our policy planning. And this began to change in the aftermath of the Cold War, when economic liberalization coincided with the rapid rise of East and Southeast Asia. The Look East policy of the early 1990s of the Manmohan Singh government was initially modest in ambition. It was focused on trade, on investment, on cultural reconnection with ASEAN. Over time, as China's power expanded and the center of gravity of global politics shifted decisively eastwards, India recognized that passive engagement was no longer sufficient. The transition from Look East to Act East signaled a more assertive, strategic, and security conscious approach to the Indo-Pacific. And that happened in 2015. So Act East actually embodies India's recognition that its prosperity and security are inseparable from maritime Asia. ASEAN occupies a central place in this vision, both as an economic partner and as a stabilizing force in regional diplomacy. India's insistence on ASEAN centrality reflects its belief that a multipolar Asia, which is anchored in inclusive institutions, offers the best defense against domination by any single power. Political dialogue, defense cooperation, connectivity initiatives, and people to people exchanges with Southeast Asia have expanded steadily, even as India remains sensitive to ASEAN's internal diversity and reluctance to be drawn into overt great power rivalry. Trade and investment ties between India and ASEAN form a critical pillar of this relationship. ASEAN is one of India's largest trading partners, with bilateral trade crossing significant thresholds over the past decade. Indian companies have invested in sectors ranging from infrastructure and energy to information technology and pharmaceuticals, while Southeast Asian companies have found opportunities in India's expanding consumer market. Although the India-ASEAN Free Trade Agreement has lately faced a lot of criticism for uneven benefits and implementation strategies and challenges, it has nevertheless embedded India more deeply in regional supply chains. Of course, much more remains to be done. So, India's emphasis on diversifying trade, strengthening logistics connectivity, and aligning standards reflects an effort to ensure that economic engagement reinforces strategic presence. At the heart of India's Indo-Pacific strategy lies a clear articulation of its strategic interests. These include securing sea lines of communication, preventing hostile domination of the Indian Ocean, preserving access to the global commons, and maintaining a balance of power that allows India room to maneuver. Nearly all of India's trade by volume and a substantial share of its energy imports transit the Indo-Pacific's maritime routes, passing through some very vulnerable choke points, such as Hormuz, Bab el-Mandab, Malacca, Lombok, just to name a few. And any disruption to these arteries would have immediate consequences for India's economy and political stability. India's advocacy of the freedom of navigation, respect for international law, and peaceful resolution of disputes is therefore grounded in material necessity rather than an abstract principle. So China is the single most important factor in my view, shaping India's Indo-Pacific calculus. China's rise has been rapid, it's comprehensive, and increasingly assertive, spanning economic, military, technological, and diplomatic domains. While economic engagement with China, as Sitaramji said, has delivered growth opportunities, it has also produced deep trade imbalances and strategic vulnerabilities. Most significantly, China's behavior along the disputed Himalayan border and its military and diplomatic support to Pakistan, its expanding footprint across the Indian Ocean, have transformed India's threat perceptions. The challenge for India has been and will be to manage China's rise without either accepting subordination or triggering direct confrontation. The Belt and Road Initiative has become the most visible expression of China's ambitions in the Indo-Pacific. Through infrastructure projects, port development, energy investments, and digital connectivity, the BRI has reshaped the economic and strategic landscape in the region. So ports such as Gwadar in Pakistan, Hambantota in Sri Lanka, Chhaopyu in Myanmar, and infrastructure investments across Southeast Asia and Western Indian Ocean are viewed in New Delhi not merely as commercial ventures, but as dual-use assets that could support China's military and strategic objectives if required. There's an opacity of financing terms, concerns over debt sustainability, the lack of transparency, all these have further heightened anxieties. So India's response to BRI has been cautious but deliberate. Rather than attempting to match China for dollar, India has sought to offer an alternative model, emphasizing transparency, sustainability, and local ownership. Connectivity initiatives with Southeast Asia, the Indian Ocean islands, and Africa are framed as partnerships rather than patron-client relationships. India has also supported multilateral efforts that promote high standards in infrastructure development, even as capacity constraints limit the scale and the speed of implementation. So the emphasis is less on countering China directly and more on ensuring that regional states are not left with a single option. Nowhere is China's doing
Not
anything
because
more
of any single crisis or confrontation, which will vitality, strategic competition, and political influence in the threat most intensely. It is the region through which the bulk of global trade flows
key island littoral states that occupy critical geostrategic positions. Mauritius, Seychelles, and Madagascar
peripheral
have emerged as
concept.
central
Today, New
partners.
Delhi understands its
India's
security,
engagement
its
in
economic
these
growth,
states
and also its
combines defense
international role.
cooperation, maritime
So
surveillance,
India's response to
infrastructure
the
development,
evolving
and
geopolitical
economic
balance
assistance,
in the
carefully
Indo-Pacific
calibrated to ensure
reflects
sovereignty
a very
and
complex
domestic
mix of
political
continuity and
sensitivity.
change. This is shaped by
Mauritius,
and a
located astride
long-standing
the
desire
Indian Sea lanes,
to preserve
plays a vital
strategic
role
autonomy
in India's
in an
maritime security
increasingly.
architecture.
For
India
much
has
of its
invested in coastal
post-independence
surveillance
history,
systems,
India's
defense infrastructure,
strategic thinking
and capacity building, reinforcing its presence without seeking permanent bases. Seychelles occupies a similarly strategic location near key shipping routes, and cooperation there has focused on joint patrols, surveillance, humanitarian assistance, and even as India has learned to navigate domestic resistance to overt militarization. Madagascar, often overlooked, is increasingly relevant due to its proximity to the southern sea lanes and resource potential. India's engagement there reflects a long-term strategy of building goodwill through development and training rather than coercive leverage. France has emerged as one of India's most important strategic partners in the Indo-Pacific. As a resident power with territories, military assets, and exclusive economic zones in the Indian Ocean, France shares India's interest in maritime stability and a rules-based order. Joint naval exercises, coordinated patrols, intelligence sharing, and defense industrial cooperation have deepened significantly. This partnership enhances India's situational awareness and operational reach while reinforcing a multipolar approach to regional security. Maritime domain awareness has become a cornerstone of India's Indo-Pacific strategy. In an era of grey zone competition, illegal fishing, trafficking, piracy, and covert naval movements, information dominance is as critical as military strength. So India has invested heavily in building a networked maritime awareness architecture anchored by the Information Fusion Center for the Indian Ocean region, which is based in Gurugram. By sharing real-time data with partner countries, India seeks to enhance collective situational awareness and position itself as a trusted hub for regional maritime cooperation. Coastal radar chains, satellite monitoring, and joint surveillance initiatives with island states have expanded India's ability to track activity across vast oceanic spaces. Defense cooperation across the Indo-Pacific has become increasingly central to India's external engagement. Naval exercises with Japan, Australia, Indonesia, Vietnam, and others, serve both practical and symbolic purposes, enhancing interoperability while signaling commitment to regional stability. India's defense diplomacy prioritizes training, joint exercises, and capacity building over basing arrangements or permanent deployments. Arms exports, though still limited, are growing steadily, particularly to Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean region, reinforcing India's image as a, as a preferred security partner rather than a hegemon. The Bay of Bengal, which is very close to all of you here in Kolkata, has emerged as a particularly sensitive sub-region in India's Indo-Pacific calculus. Once viewed primarily through an economic and connectivity lens, the Bay is increasingly shaped by strategic competition and instability. There's political uncertainty in Bangladesh, which we all know, economic stress, and growing influence of China through infrastructure projects and defense and intelligence cooperation with Pakistan. All these have raised concerns in New Delhi. Ports, power projects, and digital infrastructure financed by China are viewed not in isolation but as part of a broader strategic pattern. The Bay of Bengal, linking South Asia to Southeast Asia, is critical to India's Act East ambitions, and instability or strategic encroachment there will undermine connectivity and security objectives. For India, the China-Pakistan nexus represents another major challenge in the Indo-Pacific context, particularly in the maritime domain. Gwadar Port, developed under the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, has strategic implications that extend well beyond Pakistan's immediate needs. Combined with growing naval cooperation, submarine transfers, and joint exercises, the nexus poses a prospect of a coordinated naval challenge in the Indian Ocean. For India, the possibility of a two-front maritime contingency reinforces the need for enhanced surveillance, force modernization, and deeper cooperation with partners, strengthening the Andaman and Nicobar Command, improving anti-submarine warfare capabilities, and integrating maritime intelligence are therefore critical steps in countering this combined threat. Regional mechanisms such as Colombo Security Conclave have gained renewed importance in this context, bringing together India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Mauritius, and Bangladesh. The conclave represents an attempt to institutionalize cooperative security in the Indian Ocean. Its focus on maritime security, on counterterrorism, cyber threats, and humanitarian assistance reflects a recognition that shared challenges require collective responses. For India, the conclave is a platform to reinforce its role of a preferred security provider while respecting the autonomy and sensitivities of the smaller states. Managing great power competition in the Indo-Pacific has become more complex with shifts in American policy. The current Trump administration's approach towards alliances and partnerships has introduced uncertainty into regional calculations. While the Quad continues to exist, its strategic coherence has fluctuated, reflecting Washington's transactional mindset. The rise of AUKUS, centered on advanced military capabilities and nuclear-powered submarines, has further altered the strategic landscape. For India, AUKUS underscores both the utility and the limits of US-led security frameworks. While it contributes to balancing China, it also highlights that since India prefers not to join any alliances, it will not be invited to these sensitive high-end defense arrangements and reinforces the importance of self-reliance. Lately, there is a perceived unreliability of the United States as a partner in this region, and this also strengthens India's commitment to strategic autonomy. American policy oscillations, domestic political divisions, and periodic attempts at accommodation with China raise questions about long-term consistency. Washington's efforts to stabilize ties with Beijing, while understandable from a global perspective, generate anxiety in the region and also in New Delhi about the durability of US commitments. India's engagement with the United States is therefore deep but focused on convergence without dependence. Sitaramji talked about IPEF, but under the current Trump administration, the IPEF has gone into limbo. So I'm not even touching about that subject. Of course, I will touch upon some other economic arrangements in the region which India is not part of. Most important of these are the RCEP and the CPTPP. India opted not to be in these arrangements because of obvious reasons.
Indo-Pacific has emerged as a principal area in which the future of global power will be competition versus stability. Not because of any single crisis or conflict. The Bay of Bengal linking the strategic competition China-Pakistan economic corridor, strategic and naval cooperation. It is the region on which the bulk of global trade flows are reshaping society more than any part of the world. And also for India, the Indo-Pacific is no longer a peripheral concept of our command. Today, Delhi understands security, its economic growth mechanism, and also its Colombo security conflict. So India is formed important evolving geopolitical balance, bringing together the Indo-Pacific reflects a very complex mix of continuity and change. This is shaped by
The Andaman and Nicobar Islands, located near the Malacca Strait, have assumed growing strategic importance as platforms for monitoring maritime traffic and projecting presence. India's emphasis on indigenization underlines a broader effort to ensure that strategic autonomy is backed by material capability. Ultimately, India's response to the evolving geopolitical balance in the Indo-Pacific reflects a broader transformation in its foreign policy identity. From a state defined by post-colonial caution and strategic restraint, India is emerging as a confident but measured actor, willing to shape its environment without destabilizing it. Its approach combines engagement with deterrence, cooperation with competition, and autonomy with partnership. In a region defined by flux and rivalry, India's pursuit of equilibrium, responsibility, and strategic balance may prove to be its most enduring contribution in the Indo-Pacific order. I thank you very much for listening very patiently to this long discourse. Thank you.
May I now request Mr. Amit Sharma to hand over a book written by Mr. Sitaram Sharma that will be launched by Ambassador Vadva. Thank you, Ambassador Vadva. We now look forward to Mr. Sunanda Datta Rai's speech.
One second, Professor, before you speak. Ambassador has made very important points to provoke number of questions from the audience. He has referred to role of China, France, USA, and what is the role of India in this context. So I think we should welcome his presentation with one more round of applause, the which he has made. Ambassador Wadhwa. Now over to Sri Sunanda Dattare, please.
That's a practitioner's, an insider's point of view and a practitioner's point of view. I'm an outsider, and the outsider's privilege is to criticize. Now, I don't know whether the geopolitical balance in the Indo-Pacific is evolving or retarding. I cannot offer an opinion on that, but I will say with confidence that the geopolitical, socio-political balance within the Indian subcontinent, which is an important constituent of the Indo-Pacific region, that balance needs to be restored before the Indian subcontinent can hope to make any impression on the Indo-Pacific region, as it's nowadays called. I say that advisedly because when India began taking an interest in Southeast Asia, to which Ambassador Wadhwa referred, and sought membership of ASEAN, I used to live in Southeast Asia. My wife and I lived in Singapore for many years. The reception was not entirely favorable. A press release from Kuala Lumpur announced that ASEAN is at last going to admit as a sectoral partner a developing country. And it was written in condescending and patronizing tones as if India was a developing country and the ASEAN countries were all developed countries. The next day there was a press release from Jakarta, the Indonesian capital, saying the same thing, that for the first time ASEAN was going to have as a sectoral partner a developing country, and it hoped that it would be a success. I don't know whether in ASEAN's reckoning it has been a success or not, but these are the challenges that can't and should not be overlooked. When Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi took a certain articulated stand on the Indian Ocean region and on the challenges that India faced from the Indian Ocean region, Time magazine had a cover story, and the joke went around in the ASEAN countries that every Indian diplomat had been ordered to display half a dozen copies of that Time magazine issue in their drawing rooms for visitors to come and see. I don't know whether that's true or not, it probably isn't. But it was a valid point that the Time article made about the importance of the Indian Ocean waters to India's security, to India's, more than security, to India's livelihood. And that should not be overlooked. Our waters are the boundary fence and also the neutral ground between us and the neighbors. And there wasn't a great deal of enthusiasm for India's active role in the Indian Ocean either. Prime Minister Goh Chok Tong of Singapore said that when India is concerned, when India evinces concern about its security and about its neighborhood, it should also think of the anxieties of its neighborhood and anxieties felt by the smaller countries of the Southeast Asian region. And other Southeast Asian leaders made similar statements which should be part of the official memory. The reason why Southeast Asia took this slightly indifferent stand was that India did not present a very marketable face to the rest of the world. And that's where you have to think of what impresses and what puts off people. A blue water navy, which was Rajiv Gandhi's great interest, has a certain aggressive potential, which in the absence of peace moves didn't pass unnoticed. Now later, much later, when there was the tsunami in Southeast Asia, India excelled itself with the help it provided to all the countries, especially Indonesia, and Aceh in Sumatra was absolutely ravaged. And that's when India redeemed itself to a large extent. One fact that occurs to me now is that we haven't looked at the positive nation-building aspects of neighborhood. We've considered only the bellicosity that is potential in neighboring countries, and that is largely because of our experience with China, to which Ambassador Wadhwa referred. China in 1962 and again in the Galwan Heights more recently has given one example of how nations should not live with each other. But there's another possibility, alternative, and that's the one that I think of, and that is an Asian equivalent of what used to be called in 19th century Europe the concert of Europe. The concert of Europe was a means, a formula whereby the European countries, Germany, France, long, old ancient neighbors, but long used to hostility, could devise a formula, a framework within which they could work towards a common destiny. And that common destiny eventually manifested itself in the European Union. That is the sort of future for SAARC, for the Gulf Coordination Council, for ASEAN that we can look forward to. Ambassador Wadhwa referred in his speech to the cultural reconnection, I think he said, sir, of India with its Southeast Asian neighbors. And that is something that we lose sight of in this country. When we lived in Southeast Asia, I remember being struck in Jakarta by the use of the word Kshatriya, not as a caste, but as the ordinary, everyday word in Bahasa Indonesia for a soldier. A soldier was a Kshatriya. Oh, there's a Kshatriya in his uniform. Or that's a Kshatriya camp. Now that's India's footfall centuries ago, left behind. You saw Ganesh images in gardens, not inside the house, because in a house it would occupy a devotional place, and they are Muslims, but in the gardens. And of course, Prambana, how does it go? Prambasa, the big Hindu temple complex in Java. Now, India has been trying to mend fences with these neighbors, and it was not initially taken very kindly to, except for one outstanding voice, and that was the Singapore leader Lee Kuan Yew. You'll hear more of Lee Kuan Yew as I go on. He saw a very vital reason for the ASEAN countries to mend fences with India, and that was that India alone, and this is the phrase he put to me when I was writing a book on India and Southeast Asia, and I quoted, India alone can look China in the eye, he said. We can't, none of us, India can. Now, the British noted that also. And long before the time I'm talking of, in 1942, when the Cripps mission came, Clement Attlee, Prime Minister Clement Attlee of Britain, asked Sir Stafford Cripps to ask the Indian authorities if they would, the Congress Party that meant, Congress Party, if it would be willing to undertake the defense of Singapore and the Southeast Asian region. I don't know what the Congress said, but it turned it down. It didn't happen. But it was going to be an organic linkage, what Attlee had in mind, between the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia. And this idea persisted. Sardar Panikkar articulated it. He talked of the two regions, Southeast Asia and India, being connected integrally in their political, social, and economic life. We don't think of it that way because we see them as different. We think now in Delhi you have these outrageous scandals of people from that part of India being jeered at as Chinkies, as Mongolians, as non-Indian, because we've got fixed in a narrow time frame of looking at India in terms of the cultural types with which we are immediately familiar. When Southeast Asia, when Britain was distancing itself from Southeast Asia, and there was this great deal of concern in Southeast Asia, what was going to happen to us, Lee Kuan Yew made another attempt to draw the regions closer. And I asked him later, when I was interviewing him for one of my books, why didn't you try to breach the Gulf? And he said, of course I did. Who said I didn't? I took a plane, the first plane available, and flew to Delhi and asked Indira Gandhi to send troops to Singapore. And then he detailed a lot of very ambitious plans that he had. The British Army's quarters in Singapore would be taken over by Indian businessmen to set up factories. Britain would create an army, train the Singaporean forces into an army, all kinds of plans, which none of it came to anything because India thought it very ambitious. And here I should imagine the fault lay partly with the institution that we have heard extolled today a lot, the Ministry of External Affairs. The Ministry of External Affairs was really, in those days, the Department of External Affairs. Mentally, it was the department of the colonial government, which happened to be located in South Block. And it didn't have a vision to go beyond a department's responsibilities and rights and duties into a visionary project. As you said, Ambassador, Nehru had a different vision. But Nehru's vision was not articulated in positive terms by other people who were responsible for implementing that vision. And Nehru's, now as if you read between the lines of what our leaders say, Nehru's vision is being criticized in lots of ways, subtly, but the comments and the responses are not favorable. Now, what I would say here, the evolving geopolitical balance, I said earlier, whether the balance is taking place or not, I don't know, but the balance in India must be more pro-people, pro-populace, pro the multitude, and pro-Asian. How else do you have a balance? Even the region, ASEAN region, the Quad region, AUKUS, different words for bits of the same region. How do you have a balance between Australia and Timor-Leste? how do you have a balance between New Zealand and Papua New Guinea? They're poles apart. They're at different stages of civilization. And we have to, India too is at different stages of civilization and has to bridge those anomalies, those contrariness to come to evolve a uniform project that can embrace all of Southeast Asia and bridge the gulf between developed and developing. Why this is especially necessary is if you read the works of an economist, a French-born economist called Thomas Piketty, you will understand the contrast that makes this region not one country, not even a concept, but just a dream. The richest 10%, Piketty tells us, of Indians own 60% of the country's income. The top 1% of the people own 22.6% of the property. The bottom 50% own 15% of the property. And the three richest Indians alone became billionaires, multi-billionaires during the COVID pandemic. That is a harsh reality of Indian life, that this was a tremendous opportunity for the rich in India to grab wealth and increase their power. Now, laws are passed in all societies to protect the rich. This is not a revolutionary thesis that I'm articulating to you. What I'm trying to say is that laws are passed not to benefit the rich, but to protect the established order, and the established order is wealth-based. And it's part of the legal system, part of the natural law, that only 1.28% of GDP should be spent on health, and 2.4% of GDP spent on defense. That is the priority. That is a priority with the leaders, the rulers of every country in the region. And as long as that is the priority, foreign relations won't get the importance it deserves. Yesterday I was reading a news item on the posting on the net, which said that the London School of Economics had just conducted a survey of people of foreign origin who've settled down in the United Kingdom, and that survey had proved that Indians are the richest expatriate community in Britain. It's an interesting thought that, I mean, we may be poor here, but we're rich there. And why? I was taken back to an eminent Indian jurist, Nani Palkiwala, who used to say that an Indian alone, freed of India, when he's independent and when he's living outside, an Indian alone can buy from a Scotsman and sell to a Jew and still make a profit. That talent, that gift, perishes in India under the bureaucratic suffocation of our rules and regulations, and also under the political system which demands all kinds of obeisances to all kinds of deities. Education is something else that is tremendously neglected here. We have distinguished teachers in this group. Can they, with hand on heart, say that they give of their most and that the system allows them to give of the most? It will come as a surprise to learn that Singapore does not have compulsory education, which it has now in the last couple of years. It didn't until then, and I'll tell you why this change has taken place. It didn't in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s have compulsory education, because in Lee Kuan Yew's thinking, and Singapore was really one man's vision translated into a nation, in Lee Kuan Yew's thinking, the system should be such that unless you're educated, you won't make any progress. And you can't be educated because you don't have money. Anyone who has the inclination to be educated should have a school, a college, library nearby which charge him nothing. And that was the system on which he grew. It had to change when I was back in Singapore living for something else. It had to change for a very sad reason, and that's because the Malays, who are 17% of the population, were turning away from the national secular school order and choosing to send their children to madrasas. And that was forced the Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew was dead by then, but that forced the Singapore government to make education, schooling compulsory. Until then it wasn't necessary, and you had something like 90% literacy on the basis of this aspirational goal. You don't go to school, you don't earn anything worth living. You don't have the car or a house unless you go to school. Those are the gateways. Unemployment, that's a huge drawback here. Now, Indians don't go abroad to savor the sights and sounds of another civilization. Indians go abroad to better themselves, and better themselves through jobs, employment. Why are foreign countries so
economic and connectivity lens is increasingly shaped by strategic competition and instability. This political uncertainty, the Bay of Bengal linking South Asia to Southeast under the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, strategic naval cooperation, submarine transfers,
and asked Indira Gandhi to send troops to quarters in Singapore to be taken over by Indian businessmen to set up factories, create an army, train the Singapore forces into an army. Kinds of plans which Gandhi could imagine.
Colombo Security Conclave have gained renewed importance in this country.
Departments' responsibilities and rights and duties into a visionary
green card is the biggest dowry you
articulated
on the
in
market,
positive terms by the people who were responsible for implementing that vision.
And does Trump want 94 million recalcitrant Iranians on his doorstep? These are the domestic problems we must solve before we can try our hand at nation building in an international sense. Education, employment, health, hygiene, these are the first challenges before any country. And those challenges must be met because diplomacy, foreign policy, like charity, begins at home, not abroad. Thank you.
Thank you. Sri Dattare, I think during the discussion on the foreign policy, international relations, he has also very rightly highlighted the domestic issues. The domestic issues should have a priority. I won't say should have a priority over international relations, particularly during the presence of Ambassador Wadhwa. But then these are very important issues, there is no doubt about it. But he has made one or two very important points. Like he has talked of the kind of Asian Union on the lines of the European Unions, if I have understood correctly. Is it possible to have an Asian Union? Or because I think Ambassador Wadhwa also mentioned about it, that about having the pro in this multi Asia. He talked about that. That how do we put that into account? And another point he has said that who said that India alone can look at the Chinese eyes? I think you put it somebody or he said that we don't want to look at the Chinese eyes at this point of time. We would like to have very good relations with them, but at the same time, the perception of the which we have over China will have to be cooperative with them. At the same time, should also be ready to face any challenges if we get from China. Now, with these words, I think now next item I would like to have discussed. You see that WEFUNA, West Bengal Federation of UN Association, which is our parent body, which has taken this initiative of setting up the TIPS, they have brought out a souvenir on this occasion. Basically, it was on the basis of this on the World Humanitarian Day. So I'll invite Dr. Our Secretary General to come and present the souvenir to Ambassador Wadhwa to release the souvenir on this occasion. Dr. Rahul Verma, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. It is indeed a great privilege to welcome our distinguished speakers, dignitaries, my young friends who are there in the back, and friends from the media. I would first like to personally thank Mr. Sitaram Sharma, the president of TIPS, for conceiving the idea of this timely international seminar on the evolving geopolitical balance in the Indo-Pacific. Mr. Sharma has been instrumental in promoting the purpose and principles of the United Nations for the last 50 years. The setting up of TIPS is a part of Mr. Sharma's continuous efforts to bring the UN closer to the people and the people to the United Nations. More importantly, to inculcate a deep understanding of peace in the minds of the next generation of leaders by forming a think tank of distinguished speakers. I take this opportunity to present the WEFUNA souvenir on this occasion of the United Nations 2025 International Human Solidarity Day to Ambassador Wadhwa, which is celebrated to promote global unity and cooperation in tackling poverty, inequality, and other global challenges, emphasizing shared responsibility and collective action for a more just world as part of the efforts towards the sustainable development goals of the UN. May I request Saurabh Maheshwari, also our assistant secretary, to come forward and present the souvenir together. The insight given today by the speakers is indeed of great importance as the Indo-Pacific region stands at the crossroads of global geopolitics and economics. Its strategic importance, dynamic economies, and diverse cultures have made it a focal point of international attention, as we all know. As the region also navigates complex security challenges, economic opportunities, and environmental issues, regional cooperation and multilateral frameworks will be crucial in shaping a stable, prosperous, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. The region's future will depend on the ability of the nations to balance strategic interests, foster economic integration, and promote sustainable development. By working together, the countries of the Indo-Pacific can harness their collective potential to build a resilient and thriving region that benefits all its inhabitants to achieve a prosperous and peaceful future. Thank you. I think we are into the interactive session now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Rahul. So now the floor is being open for the question answer. They can only ask questions. Please don't make observations or the statements. And please direct your question to the specific speaker, and please be brief as much as possible. With these words, I open the floor and shoot. Okay.
Hello.
Just please give your name, and if you are representing any organization, give the name of the organization also.
Well,
Yes.
it is a splendid occasion, and of the three speakers, Mr. Sunandaka Dattai has spoken about education. Now, few of us are from education. I have a comment and a question. We are from Globesine Business School, which is 25 years old. When we started with the concept of inclusiveness. Because I was a teacher at IIM Calcutta, we did not take anybody less than 99 percentile. We thought others also need a chance. So that's how we started. And then the first, emphasis that we gave was giving back to society. Later on, we changed it to spirituality. And now, we think that our students should not only be knowing that doing their job well in practice, but they also should be good human beings. My question is, unless we see, after all, the unit is a person, a citizen. If he himself is not good, how shall we make the society good? That's why. Are we on the right track, sir? That's all my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I had a short, crisp answer to that, I wouldn't be here. I'd have become a billionaire as a guru with my own ashram and my own devotees. You're asking the question, the secret of life, and that no one person.
Although still there is a time for that. And I can be your partner. So yeah, next one. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Faris Parvez. My question is to Ambassador Anil
Please give me your name.
Sir, I'm Faris Parvez. My question is to Mr. Anil Wadhwa. So you've talked a lot about the China-Pakistan nexus and the policy oscillation under President Trump in the United States. But so keeping these risks in mind, how can India, while at the same time prioritizing its strategic autonomy by avoiding over-reliance on Washington, also counter the growing Pakistan-China nexus in the Indo-Pacific? So that would be my question.
Interesting.
I think it's a very complex question that you asked, but I'd like to start first with your second part of the question. Part of the answers were there in what I said, but not enough. I suppose it's not enough clarity there. But the fact is that if there is a decision taken to have a nexus, then you have to take decisions to counter that nexus. And whichever way you can do it, I think it's legitimate and it's justified in the circumstances. So you have to have your own capability to be able to counter that. You have to have your partnerships to counter that, and not necessarily by compromising on your strategic autonomy. So that also seems to be the direction in which India is going today. We don't know how the situation will evolve in the future. The world is very fluid. The geopolitical situation is very fluid in the world, and new partnerships are being forged even as we speak. There are new alliances which are being formed, and obviously these then lead to new kinds of responses. So it's a very fluid kind of situation today. All I'm saying is that what India would need to do is to make sure that there is enough counter to take care of any situation which arises. Your first part of the question was about engagement with Washington. I think there is enough engagement with Washington which is going on despite what many perceive as a transactional approach of the United States with the world in general. It's not just includes adversaries but also alliance partners and other partners like India, for example, because we have a very deep relationship which is diverse and in many fields. So there is no dilution of that kind of engagement. What we are talking about basically is about not being able to reach a trade agreement with the United States, and that's been the focus of attention, not so much in the United States but more of a focus in India here, because it affects livelihoods in the labor intensive industries in particular. If you take the overall context, it's not a very big deal, because if this is a situation which continues for a longer period of time, obviously the Indian exporters will have to find new markets, which they're already done in many fields. They need to diversify, which they will obviously do in the future. But what it does is it dilutes the good feel good factor between United States and India, because it overrides any other kind of engagement. And I think there we need to be a little careful about not playing up the fact that we've not been able to reach an agreement. I think on both sides, at the leadership level, there have been statements which said that it's a complex process which will take time. And if it does take time, it does take time, because both sides have to be satisfied. After all, it's a trade agreement and nothing more and nothing less. Thank you.
Excellent response by the ambassador, deserves a round of applause, because I think in one word he has said, which is also part of our subject, evolving. In the world, the situation is evolving. New relations are being established, new policies are being formed. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Now, okay, ladies first. Okay, please come.
Namaskar. Sir, I am Professor Shabina Nisha Tomar. I have a question for Your Excellency, and I also have a question for Mr. Dattare. Your Excellency, I was following your presentation, which was immensely exhaustive and very enlightening. You've spoken about the Bay of Bengal as an emerging sensitive sub-region of the Indo-Pacific. So, sir, since this area, this region is very critical to India's Act East policy, what would be your thoughts, since you are very clearly saying that things are evolving, what would be your thoughts now when we are facing this immense political uncertainty in Bangladesh? That is my question to you. Sir, to you.
I think let him respond.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So as we approach a process of announced elections in Bangladesh, obviously we have anxieties as far as India and Bangladesh are concerned about where the relationship will go later. India's approach is to engage with whichever government is in power in Bangladesh, but an elected government. And that's the stand that we have taken so far. So we're waiting for the elections to happen. And once that happens, then of course there will be an outreach which will have to be undertaken. I hope that there's enough reciprocity from Bangladesh's side because both India and Bangladesh need each other in the current circumstances. And I think on both sides there is a huge population which also needs a peaceful environment to be able to live and be able to develop in the future. As far as connectivity is concerned, I think that is the most affected part of our relationship. Some very important projects like the Kaladan project which we have with Bangladesh, which will connect our northeast, the outlets through the ports of Bangladesh which was developing quite well, the railway connectivity which we had progressed quite well on, and of course then also the collaborations in various other sectors like IT, like the automobile industry, textiles, you name it, and the medical tourism. They're all affected sectors right now. I wouldn't say that they are that we can write them off totally because there is still activity going on, but it's strained in the current circumstances, and that strain needs to be removed. I think the approach of Indian government at least would be to make sure that that happens as soon as there is an elected government in Bangladesh.
Before you go to Sri Surendra, I have allowed myself to ask also the question. I'll ask a supplementary question to your question because Bangladesh is very relevant. Ambassador, don't you think that India has already started an initiative in establishing contacts with the political leadership or the coming political leadership after the election with the participation of our foreign minister during this commission on behalf of the government and establishing contacts with Jia's son, Madam Jia's son? I think the initiative has already started. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think that was an important initiative, an important outreach. And I said in anticipation what is going to happen in Bangladesh, presence of the foreign minister was a very good gesture, I would say, and the right one at the right time. So I think we will continue with similar initiatives in future. We just had a meeting between the Indian ambassador who called on the potential leadership for Bangladesh, if it's BNP. But these are elections and we don't know who will come to power later. So whoever is in power will have to deal with that.
Excellency has used a very good word, potential leadership of Bangladesh. Anyway, Soma, now go ahead.
Namaskar, sir. Mr. Dattare. Sir, you've spoken about nation building and you've spoken about a lot of parameters required for nation building. You've painted quite a dismal picture on a January morning at the beginning of the year, sir. I have my reservations with that, but that is the discussion for another time. When you talk about education, employment, health and hygiene, what would be your thoughts on skilling as a very, very important aspect, upskilling, reskilling as a very, very important aspect of nation building when it comes to India and the world, since we are all living in an era of globalization? Your thoughts on that, sir? Thank you so much.
There isn't a hard and fast answer to this. You learn as you go along. All life is an experience, and did someone say not venture but an adventure? You see that I'm muted. we learn from our mistakes, but not from our suspicions. And I want to make a point there, which is valid to your other questions. Our attitude to people and to other entities should not be based on fear and suspicion. Once it's fear and suspicion, then it can never be positive. I'll give you an instance. The Andamans has been mentioned today, the Andaman Nicobar Islands. If there's anyone who's a Christian here, will know that the Church of England used to have the Protestant church, the head was called the Metropolitan of Calcutta, the Metropolitan Bishop of Calcutta. The last Metropolitan was a dear friend of mine. His name was Lakdasa Damel. He was a Sinhalese. He always told you, originally Brahmin Sinhalese, and he knew his caste and his original surname. Now, the Archbishop Damel was traveling to Australia, and he needed to stop in Port Blair, needed a visa for that, because he was a Ceylon national, Sri Lankan national. That wasn't given to him because foreigners were not allowed to visit the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Even when I've been there, I had to have my Indian passport with me to show in case anyone wanted to know. You're treated as if you are a potential spy. Lakdasa Damel wrote to, at his position, he could afford to do that. He wrote to Nehru, and he said that henceforth on my visiting cards, I will have printed Archbishop of India, Pakistan, Burma, and Sri Lanka, excluding the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Nehru didn't reply to that, but he was granted a visa. He used bullying tactics with a form of bullying. That shouldn't be statecraft.
My question is to Mr.
Please give your name.
I'm Orono, and I have a question for Mr. Dattare. So you have mentioned how India was looked upon in a somewhat condescending manner by the head of state of Singapore when he mentioned that for the first time ASEAN would be conducting diplomacy with a developing nation. However, if we look at our past, then China, Singapore, and this region in general has a colonial past, and we have all started off from the same baseline. So how would you say India can reach the level of standard of living that these other countries provide to their citizens and turn from a developing to a developed nation, which we have been so far unable to do?
Here your question is addressed to whom?
Mr. Dattare.
This is a question for the planners really, not me, but there is no alternative to self-help to develop the economy. Dr. Manmohan Singh's liberalization policy has been mentioned several times today. That was a major step that was taken. I remember I was living in Singapore then when Narasimha Rao came, and he said that the Bombay Group, the richest industrialists in this country, the Bombay Group, as they were called, objected to it. They said the foreigners will take away all our profits, suspicion again. And he said, I told the Bombay Group, that foreigners won't take away our profits. The profit span will be much bigger, and we will have a bigger slice of the cake if that happens.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. There's a lady behind. She wanted to ask you. Please go ahead. Give your name and go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
I'm Manju Duga. It's a question to Ambassador Wadhwa. Questions. One, is India trying, and all the Asian countries are trying to get together so that they can hold the power of trade and even come out of Trump's, whatever it is, like his, yeah. And second question is that Trump has tried to ask Modi to give him a call, and been said that no, Modi has not given a call back. He has given a target for Friday. Someone is saying on the media that he has not given the call, and some in the media is saying that he has tried 8 times to talk to Trump. So these two questions I would like to understand, sir. What is the position? If all Asian countries comes together, is Trump is scared of that?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So I think the short answer to the first question is no. There is no unity, as far as I can sense, amongst countries to deal with the Trump administration, on a collective basis, because President Trump is dealing with all of them individually, and they're all responding individually. There are no groupings that have come together to deal with this issue. All countries are responding to it on the basis of their own circumstances, on their own demands. Some of them have entered into trade agreements, others have not done so, India included. On the second question, I think there are two versions. There is a United States version from Mr. Lutnick on the US side about that Prime Minister Modi did not call Trump, which he said in a public statement on an interview, which has been publicized quite well. But there's an official response from the spokesperson of the Indian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where, as you rightly said, that there have been conversations that have taken place on many occasions subsequently. So the question of whether Prime Minister Modi was asked to call or expected to call President Trump, it does not really matter, because what we have today is a situation where both sides are still discussing the bilateral trade agreement, the BTA as we call it. And when both sides are satisfied, that's the only solution to this issue.
Okay, friends, I think somebody has raised the hand, but this will be the last question. Please, only one more question we will take. Oh my God, there are two hands.
Good afternoon
Okay.
to all the galaxy of luminaries present here. I am Mrs. Maushmi Bhattacharya from Indus Valley World School. My question is to Ambassador Anil Wadhwa. Sir, the alliances which we have, Quad, AUKUS, I just want to know what has to be done, like what are their limitations in balancing China?
So look, I think, balancing China is something which is a policy which is not followed by India. I suppose it is followed to an extent when you talk about great power rivalries by the United States. In the previous administration in the United States, there was a hub and spoke strategy which was undertaken under the Biden administration, as you know, where a number of alliances were formed in the Indo-Pacific in order to balance China. But subsequently, we've seen that there's been a dilution of that policy, and now it's more of a bilateral relationship of the United States with China, which has been dominating, the discourse. I don't know whether one can talk about balancing China, but I think it's a question of China behaving itself much more in relation with other countries, and not dominating, but dealing with countries as equal partners as far as that is possible. That will automatically solve the issue. What we also need is a clear strategy amongst the others to make sure that there is no domination which affects their political and economic interests. To that extent, the countries can themselves come together, they can form their own partnerships and make sure they have the collective strength to deal with a situation which arises.
China should behave. Okay, next question, please. That was the last question. Oh no, but there are. Okay, this is the last question. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome, Sitaramji.
Okay.
With all the might that we could see, 1985, I remember I met you for the first time at Great Eastern Hotel, but that was for a German forum. Now, this time, the entire Asian countries, I am Dr. Dipankar Roy, I am representing UNPKFC from headquartered from Thailand. Now we all are wondering, 2023, commemorating International Women's Day, I could send a group of 12 ladies, very courageous ladies from India, from different part of our different states, who traveled by road from Gandhi Ashram, Beleghata, to Noakhali Gandhi Ashram, commemorating Gandhiji's work for peace or journey for peace during the calamity that took place during our freedom movement or immediately after. But right now, whether, now this question is both to the ambassador and Mr. Dattare. I want, if you could give two perspectives, that what is the status now, the India-Bangladesh situation. My girls who traveled by road, they were welcomed with a great warm heart in 8 different parts till they reach Noakhali, Gandhi Ashram.
Mr. Dev, please confine yourself only to the question. What is your question? Can you repeat that? And it is addressed to
if I could get both the perspectives, one from the ambassador and one from Mr. Dattare, regarding what they think what is going to happen to this relationship, Indo-Bangladesh relationship.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, we have got it. Ambassador.
Look, I have to be optimistic about the relationship because that's in the interest of both countries, and I'm pretty certain that we will be able to get over the strained relationship once there are elections which are completed in Bangladesh. That's a short answer to your question.
I would endorse what the ambassador said, but from a position of ignorance. I am in the outer darkness and I do not know what is happening in Bangladesh. The Bangladesh government says in its press handouts that India is misinterpreting facts or exaggerating events. India says Bangladesh is doing exactly the same. It's impossible for a layman like me, retired journalist, no access to direct news, no access to what's happening anywhere, to know what the real position is. So we are to some extent, we are all prisoners of the system, and the system benefits possibly from keeping us in the dark.
Okay, thank you very much. The food has been let out, and because of the smell, I'm feeling more hungry. So I think with these words, I would like to close this session, and skipping even my own observations, because this is almost reaching 1 o'clock, and so that we can carry on with the next session. We again meet at what time, Rahul? It is 2 o'clock. We meet 2 o'clock, so 1 hour long lunch, quite long. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much. Enjoy your food. Thank you.
Lunch will take another 5 minutes.
and Professor Tridip Chakraborty. Where is, hey, get Professor Chakraborty's card. Then cut the niche over there.
Okay. So good afternoon. It has been my experience, the post-lunch sessions are always very thin. Most of the people go for a nap and maybe, but I'm very happy that our session, the presence is not that bad, rather it is good. And I've got the endorsement of Ambassador Wadhwa when he says yes, good attendance even after post-lunch. So friends, we'll start the session straight away, and Aditi has already announced the names of the panel, speakers and all the here. Please do, please do. Token of appreciation are always welcome. Yeah. If Aditi, if it is not secret, what are you giving as appreciation certificate, or you are giving something? Something. Okay, okay. You don't want to disclose? Okay, okay. Because I'm asking you because I didn't get anyone. So that's why I'm asking you. So Professor O.P. Mishra, it's over to you. You are chairing this session, and so over to you. Start it. Yeah, please start. Because we want to, you can, yes, please welcome.
Respected Sitaram Sharma ji, he is smiling, he is full in control, but one may think that Sri Sitaram Sharma ji, who has devoted 4 decades and more to promote interdependence in the world, has now been saddened very much because of the great unilateralism that has been inaugurated in international relations and world politics. Unbelievable, but the countries which were the architect of the post-Second World War order, they are withdrawing from the greatest instrumentality of interdependence in the 21st century, and that is the United Nations. Unbelievable, but the way the United States of America under President Trump has withdrawn itself from so many of the forums, so many of the organizations, so many of the conventions, so many of the international agreements, that international interdependence, which we thought is a sure thing, and combined with globalization, we are going to march forward to further strengthen interdependence in the 21st century. But what we find that the international interdependence itself is under a lot of threat. However, And this is the genius of the new organization, new think tank that we have here in Kolkata under Sitaram Sharma ji, that today's conference is not about crisis. Today's conference is not about problematics. Today's conference is about maintenance of international peace and security, the exact words that have been in use for the United Nations. And that is how and why the emphasis is on stability. And the present session is contours of Indo-Pacific stability within the conference theme of evolving geopolitical balance in the Indo-Pacific. So therefore, and especially also because we have three distinguished speakers in this panel. I understand Ambassador Wadhwa, whom I knew from Delhi time. He may not remember because we are small academics from Kolkata. Are you also speaking in this panel, sir? Okay. But from the 1970s, if there is one country in the world which has talked in terms of and also practically implemented its national policies and its international relations in favor of stability and in favor of interdependence, and that is Japan. And it is in fact quite an honor for me to chair a session where the Consul General of Japan is going to be the speaker. And we also have Professor Tridip Chakraborty, one who has devoted almost more than 4 decades, mostly in my company in the Department of International Relations, and now he serves another university. And Professor Tridip Chakraborty has actually always worked in relationship to the stability in Southeast Asia. And so therefore we are going to have a very good panel, and I may have some random reflections at the end of the two presentations. But before I wind up and invite our speakers, I would like to say 2 things as my observation. Yes, last year we published a book called Perma Crisis. Basically the theme is Perma Crisis. That howsoever interconnected, interdependent we are, the world is going through a series of crises which is accentuating problems of such a type and nature that the redressal is creating and constituting further crisis. And after great President Trump has been inaugurated in the White House, these crises have actually further been, well, we see more and more such situations. But at the same time, can you believe this world is actually very interdependent? US and China are so extremely close, inextricably linked, that not a single shot has been fired by a Chinese soldier or by an American soldier against each other. It is the same way that actually happened between US and USSR. The entire world was, of course, divided ideologically and politically, but the US and USSR actually had a great stable relationship. So China and Americans, they are always in a great relationship, and this is my theory, maybe something might come up. And the same thing I find about Japan and the US. They are completely locked in interdependence. So therefore, to salute the theme and the vision of Sitaram Sharmaji and the Institute, I can say that stability is the theme, and the crisis that we find, these are all adjustments to the interdependence, the force that has been released and the force that is actually going to galvanize the world forward. Thank you very much.
I would, is there some order, sir? Whom should I ask to speak first? You will be speaking? Okay. Oh, you can do that. Yeah, that is better because I actually arrived a bit late, so I'm not very sure about the order. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Upi Mishra, for good words about me and about the tips and about this program. He's a very, very old friend, so the good words were expected from him, irrespective of whether I deserve it or not. You see, even just the other day, I issued a statement, not challenging or questioning President Trump. Nobody does that nowadays, so I also couldn't dare, but making an appeal to him to please not to withdraw from these agencies, and because they are rendering very important work, and with the US being there, they can be more effective, can play more important role. But that, yes, we know that I have been involved with the UN Association for over 50 years, and I know today what is the position of the United Nations. So anyway, today's subject is Indo-Pacific, and we have an eminent expert with us in Ambassador Anil Wadhwa. And although he has said that he will not speak in this panel, but I will request the speakers to provoke him to make some observation whenever he feels like to make any observation. So with these words, now I think I'll request first our speaker, the opening speaker will be our Japanese Consul General, okay, Mr. Ishikawa, to speak on the subject. CG, please.
Mr. Sitlam Sharma, President, TIPS, distinguished chair, distinguished panelists, representatives from media, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Yoshihisa Ishikawa, Consul General of Japan in Kolkata. I'm very much honored to be invited here. First of all, Happy New Year to all. At the outset, I extend my sincere thanks to the Tagore Institute of Peace Studies, TIPS, for holding such a wonderful international seminars on Indo-Pacific today in Kolkata in association with the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, Government of India. In the maiden edition, TIPS has set the theme, Evolving Geopolitical Balance in the Indo-Pacific, which I believe quite interesting and a contemporary topic. My previous speakers have initiated very engaging discussions. Well, I would like to point out some of my personal observations very briefly. As we all know, the Indo-Pacific is a vast and dynamic geopolitical region encompassing over 50 countries. Indo-Pacific region has over 60% in the global population and holds a significant pie of the world economy, with more than 60% of the world GDP. The region is strategically significant due to its abundant natural resources, its central role of global supply chains, presence of vital choke points like the Strait of Malacca as an economic corridor, and for many other reasons, Therefore, stability and security to this region is critical for ensuring global prosperity. Japan has always been and will be committed to promoting peace, stability, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. In this aim, our former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, for the first time in 2016, announced his vision of free and open Indo-Pacific, FOIP, which was based on 3 pillars: in pursuit of a free, open, peaceful, prosperous, coercion-free, and an inclusive, rules-based Indo-Pacific region. Japan strongly vouched for, number 1, establishing rule of law, freedom of navigation, free trade. Number 2, pursuing economic prosperity by physical connectivity, people-to-people connectivity, and institutional connectivity. Number 3, commitment for peace and stability through capacity building assistance to countries in the Indo-Pacific regions and cooperation in such fields as humanitarian assistance and disaster relief and anti-piracy, counter-terrorism, and non-proliferation. Our former Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, during his visit to India in 2023, delivered a policy speech entitled "The Future of the Indo-Pacific, Japan's New Plan for a Free and Open Indo-Pacific, together with India as an indispensable partner," announcing Japan's new plan for FOIP, which launches the 4 pillars of cooperation for FOIP. Number 1, principles for peace and rules for prosperity. Number 2, addressing challenges in an Indo-Pacific way. Number 3, multi-layered connectivity. And number 4, extending efforts for security and safe use of the sea to the air. Prime Minister Kishida also welcomed the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, IPOI, announced by Prime Minister Modi in 2019, and acknowledged the growing space for cooperation between the IPOI and FOI. Japan, along with the Quad members, US, Australia, and India, is committed to support the Indo-Pacific agenda that covers maritime security, economic resilience, technological cooperation, resilient supply chains, and critical minerals initiative. Recently, Quad is launching for Ports of the Future initiative in Mumbai. As a Quad member, Japan commits to extend tangible support to its regional partners. So far, 6 Quad Leaders Summits have been concluded, the last one being held in US. The next Quad Leaders Summit is due and may be scheduled anytime in the future. Japan is an active player in strengthening multilateral cooperations, operations in the Indo-Pacific. Some of Japan's landmark cooperation projects in this region include Japan-ASEAN connectivity initiatives, Japan-Philippines reciprocal access agreements, Japan-Philippines-US trilateral cooperation, Japan-India digital partnership, rare earth and clean energy partnership with Indian firms. smart island, and green, clean port initiatives in India and so forth. As you know, Prime Minister Modi made his 8th official visit to Japan in August last year for joining the 15th Japan-India Annual Summit meeting with our former Prime Minister Ishiba Shigeru. Japan-India relations has made a great progress in last 10 years, and the two countries hold great potential for further enhancing such progress in coming decade and elevate our bilateral relations in a new height. In the last summit meeting, Prime Minister Ishiba stated that Japan and India, which share fundamental values and strategic interests, bear great responsibility for peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region and international society. He also expressed his desire to fulfill this responsibility together with Prime Minister Modi. The two leaders reaffirmed the importance of free and open Indo-Pacific FOIP. Prime Minister Modi also appreciated that Japan is an important partner and that he wishes to deepen cooperation in a wide-ranging field, including Quad grouping. You know, in October last year, Ms. Sanae Takaichi took her office as the new Prime Minister of Japan. Within a week after taking office, Ms. Takaichi called on Prime Minister Modi and said that our two countries are going to open a so-called golden chapter in ties. In her very first conversation with Prime Minister Modi, she focused on Quad, economic and defense cooperation, and on mobility of professionals both sides. I think when Japan acts on strengthening bilateral cooperation with India, in a way, it contributes to strengthening multilateral cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. Japan and India will commemorate the 75 years of our bilateral relations next year in 2027. During these 8 decades, Japan has been extending economic cooperation to India to accelerate India's infrastructure development in priority sectors. The ongoing Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail, recently flagged off East-West Metro corridor in Kolkata, Delhi-Mumbai and Chennai-Bengaluru industrial corridors are some of the very popular projects in India, which Japan has funded for. Before I close, I may say that the Indo-Pacific today stands at the moment of profound transition as the geopolitical balance evolves. We strongly believe that the stability must be anchored not in power alone, but in principles, such as in freedom of navigation, respect for international law, and peaceful resolution of disputes. Mind it, Japan's vision for FOIP is not exclusive, rather it is inclusive, transparent, and cooperative. We place ASEAN at the heart and welcome all nations that upheld the shared rules and responsibilities. In that context, Japan-India partnership carries a special significance. The two maritime democracies with strong commitment to regional stability, and cooperation contribute not only to bilateral prosperity but also to the peace and resilience of the wider Indo-Pacific. The evolving balance in our region should be shaped by collaboration and not confrontation, by trust and not by coercion. It should be our shared responsibility to ensure regional stability and collective effort, and not block politics. We should build a trusted supply chain for sustainable development, economic security, and resilience of this region. Japan is natural partner for peace and prosperity and will remain committed to working together with all partners to ensure that the Indo-Pacific region remains not merely a geographical region, but a region of opportunities, stability, and hope for future generations. A series of deliberations will come up shortly by the domain experts, policymakers, and stakeholders. I hope the seminar will come out with many thought-provoking ideas, solutions, and meaningful takeaways. Wish this seminar a grand success. Thank you very much for your hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for a very important statement which you have made. And I think you are right that the geopolitical balance should be based not on confrontation, but on cooperation and collaboration. I think based on that, and I thank him also for expressing the hope that this seminar will come out with a statement which we propose to adopt a final statement at the conclusion of this seminar. The statement will come out of some very positive approach. We all know that there are differences in the perceptions of the different important countries in the Indo-Pacific. We can't claim that we will come out with a statement which will guide the future course of the Indo-Pacific, but certainly with this kind of panelists which we have, I think we'll come out with a statement which will be helpful in having a positive thinking on the Indo-Pacific. With these words, may I now request Professor Tridib Chakravarti to make his statement. And he is known to be a Vietnam expert, but then I believe on this subject also, and I allow him to speak as long as he wants, but not beyond 20 minutes. Tridib, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, I have to express my sincere thanks to Sitaram Sharma, whom I know more than 40 years. And all the dignitaries who are present here. Obviously, through your here. And I am expressing my sincere thanks to the chairing the session, Professor Om Prakash Mishra, whom I have a relation for in the Department of International Relations nearly 40 years, the Ambassador Charan Wada, and other distinguished guests. Now, the point is that I am not an expert on this area, but I will try to make an humble attempt. first of all, I have to say what is the Indo-Pacific and the Quad perception, those who are the core members. Those who are the core members, what is their individual perception? Then I have to go to China, the controversial one. Now, if you think of, started with Japan, since the Consul General is here, so I have to start with Japan today. So what is Japan's perception about the Indo-Pacific? That they are the real originator of the concept, the Quadrilateral Alliance, which was the Senior Abe. He delivered a lecture. He was a Republic Day represent Japan, and he delivered a lecture, and that was the idea he floated. And then in 2000, for 10 years it was not in the limelight. Suddenly in 2017, sorry. So that was the initiative in 2017 because of certain problems, regional problems developed between Japan and China. Now, what is Japan's view on Indo-Pacific? It is a rule-based maritime space connecting the Indian and Pacific Ocean. Freedom of navigation, secure sea lines, and China's growing maritime assertiveness. Now, what is Japan's view on Quad? Quad is a strategic coordination and mechanism, not a formal military alliance. It is norm setting, infrastructure, development, maritime security, and capacity building. And Quad is a militarized deterrence while avoiding overt confrontation. So this is the viewpoint of the core point of the Japan, so far as the Indo-Pacific is concerned. Now coming to United States, with reference to United States perception, its primary geopolitical and strategic theater of the 21st century, and the frame of the region through strategic competition, particularly with China. It focuses on maintaining regional primacy, military superiority, alliance network, and open global commons. Now, what is the view of Quad regarding so far as the US is concerned? Key strategic instrument for balancing China. Security cooperation, interoperability, deterrence, and technology collaboration, and support expanding the Quad's role beyond security to supply chains, critical technologies, maritime domain, awareness, and resilience. So this is all about USA. I'm just giving a summary. Next, what about India? India defined Indo-Pacific as a natural extension of its strategic geography, spanning from Africa, East Coast to West Pacific, strategic autonomy, inclusivity, and ASEAN centrality. That is one of the important points of India's outlook of the Indo-Pacific because of this Act East policy. Concern about Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean and border tension, but avoid bloc politics. Now, what is view of Quad regarding so far as India is concerned? Quad is a non-alliance, issue-based partnership, maritime awareness, capacity building, and technological cooperation. Now, the last one is Australia. Australia consider Indo-Pacific as its core strategic environment. Point 2, balances economic interdependence with China against rising security anxiety, prioritize a stable rule-based order and stronger ties with ASEAN and the Pacific Island states. Now, what is the view of Australia with reference to Quad? The Quad is a complement to its US alliance and broader regional engagement. It emphasizes practical cooperation like humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, maritime surveillance, and last one is Quad is explicitly anti-China to avoid regional backlash. Now coming to China, this is the most important, who is not a member of Quad, but the main confrontation, there is a number of interpretation of China regarding Quad. Now point is, that is, I have to find out. Just a minute. Now, what is China's strategy? Here is the most controversial one. Now, China's approach to the Indo-Pacific is driven by its economic needs, security concern, and ambitious to become a global power. although China often avoids to using the term Indo-Pacific, preferring Asia-Pacific, because I think all of you know that the Obama has introduced the concept Indo-Pacific. Previously it was used as known as Asia-Pacific. So its action clearly demonstrate a broad regional strategy. Now China's maritime strategy focuses on security trade routes and energy supply, the development of ports and infrastructure across Indian Ocean, often referred as a string of pearls, because string of pearls is a concept that the China have already introduced. So China is wanted to encircle India. But when the China have a different opinion regarding the Indo-Pacific, China believes that all these 4 countries, they wanted to encircle China. That's the interpretation of Chinese policymakers. Now, most important part of the Chinese involvement is the South China Sea problem. This is a major problem. You know, there are a number of claimants are there in South China Sea. And China is including the land claims and militarization of disputed features that have alarmed regional states and external power. And this action signals China's willingness to assert its claim despite international legal ruling and opposition, reinforcing perception of China as an assertive power. I think all of you know that Philippines have sued a case against China regarding some disputed area, and China have not actually contested that in this case. And finally the Philippines won, but China is simply ignoring the international verdict, because China considered that some parts, especially this 9-dash line, is a very they are declaring that this line belongs to China. I'm sorry to say, China had the habit of claims. China have claimed Sikkim at one point of time, they withdraw, and now they are claiming Arunachal. It's most unfortunate. Arunachal belongs to India. So what will be the fate? I don't know. Anyway, now what is the reaction of China's reaction of India's growing Indo-Pacific role? China closely monitoring India's Indo-Pacific engagement and often interpret it as a part of broader strategy to contain China's rise. China view India's participation in the Quad and the growing defense cooperation with the United States as evidence of alignment against Chinese interests. And Chinese officials and scholars frequently criticize Indo-Pacific concept as a decisive strategy that undermines regional cooperation. Now, in response to India's growing role, China has strengthened its relation with India neighbor, and we are facing a lot of problem. Tacitly, we are facing a lot of problem. Like you think of Nepal, you think of Maldives, you think of Bangladesh, you think of Sri Lanka. The China is creating a lot of problem, and we are actually sometimes we are facing a lot of problem with reference to our neighbor, with special reference to our South Asian neighbor. And these countries that for India, it is appeared to be an important threat. Now we are facing serious problem with reference to South Asia. How to manage with China? That is the one important point which I personally believe. China also increased naval deployment in the Indian Ocean, including submarine patrol, which India perceived as a direct challenge to its maritime dominance in the region. I think probably all of you know Sri Lanka have taken loan because of its BRI project, and China have taken lease of 99 years. So I made a thorough research on that, whether it's a lease or not, but there are controversial statements are there. China said it's not an official lead, there is no money, nothing, we want to develop the area. But the other people interpreted that no, it is simply a lease, they wanted to grab, and probably last year some ships were installed there, and they are watching what is going on in the Indian Ocean, surveillance. Even if with Maldives, when Maldives government was pro-Chinese government, China have offered an area, they want to develop that area as a small area from where they can keep the entire thing, area surveillance under their control. So these are the problems we are facing. Now, beside this, there's a border tensions. We had a border tensions. Many people are thinking, recently there was a meeting where the Putin, the Chinese head of the Xi Jinping and the Modi met, and people are thinking, well, we will start our relation with China very amicably. Not at all. It's very difficult. Because India's point of view is very clear that let us start with the border. And China said that will be no condition. This is the real problem we are facing. So how to resolve the problem? Both have to take an amicable solution in order to make better alternative or a better regional order if you want to counter the dollar. That is the very important. If you want to counter dollar, you have to make some important decision. But that I don't know whether this will be resolved or not. The problem is there. Okay, now balancing power and strategic competition is there. The region is witnessing a gradual shift towards multipolarity, which I'm emphasizing, with India emerging as a key balancing power. And while this can be deterred unilateral dominance, it also increases the risk of miscalculation and rivalry. Now, institutions such as the ASEAN East Asian Summit and the Indian Ocean Association play a crucial role in managing competition and promoting dialogue. India's emphasis on inclusiveness and China's participation in regional forums suggests that cooperation remains possible despite tension. Despite rivalry, India and China share interest in areas. There are a number of areas where there is a convergence of interest, like climate change, trade, regional stability, confidence building measures, and diplomatic engagement could help to prevent competition from escalating into China. Now, what are the challenges and limitations? Indo-Pacific framework faces several challenges. Developing countries often prioritize immediate development needs over normative consideration, making BRI financing more appealing, because China have a BRI project, and most of the countries, they actually the partner of BRI, and some of the examples are not good enough. India is not a party of BRI because India have a clear opinion that since you are promoting the
China-Pakistan economic corridor, strategic movement forward, somebody transfer
and asked Indira Gandhi to send troops to quarters taken by Indian businessmen to set up factories. They can an army, train the second force into an army. Kinds of plans which none should imagine.
Divergences among Indo-Pacific partners further complicate coordinated action. Now, if you simply make a comparative analysis of BRI and Indo-Pacific while making a direct comparison between BRI and Indo-Pacific reveals fundamental differences in nature and scope. BRI is material, centralized, and Chinese-led, whereas Indo-Pacific is normative, decentralized, and multi-actor driven. While BRI delivers tangible infrastructure and financing, the Indo-Pacific emphasizes governance standards, sustainability, and strategic balance. The recent initiatives such as Blue Dot Network and the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, PGII, reflect attempt by Indo-Pacific partners to offer credible alternative to BRI-style connectivity, although their scale remains limited in comparison. Last point, before I draw my conclusion, that what role the new platform have emerged, that is the Global South. Now, if you think of China and India, if you compare China and India, India is mismatched. India have to take a lead. But India, unfortunately, India have not taken that lead. China have taken that place. So China, if you see, China's approach in Global South is magnanimous, and India is modest. India is not compared with China. So to conclude my speech, the evolving geopolitics balance in the Indo-Pacific border shift in global power. One point I forgot to remember, China had a problem with Japan, Taiwan issue. There are a number of other issues are there. They had their problem. China is creating a sort of scarcity among the immediate neighbors. That's a real problem we are facing. We have to say the spade a spade. That is the problem what we are facing in South Asia. It's related to China. Anyway, so India's response to this challenging environment has been measured and multifaceted, combining strategic partnership, maritime security initiatives, and diplomatic engagement while maintaining strategic autonomy. China perceives India's growing role as a challenge to its regional ambitions and has reacted, expanding its influence and presence across the Indo-Pacific. The relationship between India and China in the Indo-Pacific is characterized by competition, mistrust, and limited cooperation, because India cannot create any bitterness with India. After all, it's an immediate neighbor. Think of the perception of USA. USA made some sort of understanding with China, but India cannot start bitter with China. So that's why India is following a policy which is known as hedging policy. But China, Vietnam is also doing the same policy. While rivalry is likely to persist, the future stability of the region will depend on the ability of both the countries and other regional actors to manage their differences responsibly. A stable, inclusive, rule-based Indo-Pacific remains essential not only for regional security, but also for global peace and prosperity. Therefore, Indo-Pacific concept is not a direct economic alternative to China's Belt and Road Initiative, but rather a strategic and normative counterweight. While BR offers tangible infrastructure and financing, Indo-Pacific framework promotes a rule-based international order, transparency, and sustainable development. Ultimately, the Indo-Pacific represents a long-term balancing strategy rather than a replacement for BRI. The future relevance of the Indo-Pacific framework will depend on its ability to translate strategic principles into sustainable, well-defined initiatives that address the needs of the global South. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dev. I think you made a great statement and very frank, forthright, and your observations have been great, rather. And as regards to the even Indian policy, you have not hesitated even calling that they are not calling a spade, which I believe you have done in your speech. Before only yesterday he was asking me, Mr. Sharma, can I speak whatever I feel? I say, please do. And I think he has spoken what he feels. Very important. He deserves a round of applause, I believe, for his statement. Very good. Very good, Tridip. Thank you very much. Now I think Ambassador Wadhwa would like to leave. He has been with us since morning because he wanted to listen to all of you. But I will not leave him unless we have a last word from him. So just Ambassador Wadhwa, just few last words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sitaramji, and taking a cue from Professor Chakrabarty, I just wanted to reiterate India's stand on the Indo-Pacific, because that was articulated way back in 2018 at the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore, when he talked about free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific region during his keynote address at that session. And in this speech, Prime Minister Modi had outlined a positive and inclusive vision for the Indo-Pacific that was not directed against any country, any specific country, which was seen as a veiled reference to China, because you pointed that out. Now, his vision emphasizes the following principles. One is a rules-based order. So India advocates for a common rules-based order in the region, evolved through dialogue, where all nations, large and small, prosper as sovereign countries based on international law. Second is the ASEAN centrality, where he stressed that the ASEAN is central to the future of the Indo-Pacific region and India's Act East policy. Third is freedom of navigation, and Prime Minister there underlined the importance of freedom of navigation, unimpeded commerce, and the peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with international law in the region's seas and in the airspace. Fourth is connectivity and prosperity, where he cautioned against infrastructure projects that create impossible debt burdens and emphasized the need for transparent, viable, and sustainable connectivity initiatives that empower regions. Fifth was cooperation over rivalry, where he warned against a return to the age of great power rivalries, asserting that an Asia of cooperation will shape this century. Sixth is the inclusive engagement, because India's engagement is inclusive and India views the Indo-Pacific as a natural geographical region, not a strategy or a limited club of members. So I believe this address laid the conceptual cornerstone for India's official Indo-Pacific policy, which has been reiterated by other Indian officials in subsequent years. And in 2019, India later launched the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative to further this vision, which has seen a lot of countries joining under the 7 pillars of cooperation. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you very much. So finally, Excellency would like to leave or spend some more time with us. You will have to leave. Okay. Give him a round of applause for the Ambassador Anil Wadhwa for joining us and for all his support and guidance. Aditi, please see him out. Now I think we'll have a very brief question answer session particularly on this session, and after that Professor O.P. Mishra will make his concluding remarks. Any questions? Yes, I can see a hand. Jento, 1 second. If you want to ask a question, please ask a question. Yeah, okay, please go ahead. Give your name and raise your question. Yeah, the lady behind. Please give her mic.
I am Sonakshi Bhattacharya from BDM International. And sir, I have a question for Sir Trideep Chakraborty. Sir, my question is, you spoke a lot about the Quad, but currently India and the US are not on the best terms, like including the tariffs and everything. So do you think that is going to affect the alliance in any way?
What is the last line?
Do you think India and the US not being on the best terms right now is going to affect the Quad alliance in any way?
I will take the question, then I will answer.
All together? Because the question will be addressed to different people also. Maybe second question is not addressed to you, it is addressed to somebody else.
Your question is the current state of relation with India and USA, whether it will affect the Quad. I don't think so. I don't think so, because Quad will go its own way. I don't think so. It is a temporary problem between India and USA, and already process is going on. One fine morning in the newspaper you will find the relation is something different. It's a problem of attitude. The attitude of American president. He think that he want to, whatever he will say, and everyone should obey. Like, I think, you know that when the COVID have taken place, he have given, immediately you have to supply the chloroquine. We are not servant, because Modi have said, we are not bullied by anyone. India is not 1960 India. Now it is 4th largest economy. Don't forget. Don't underestimate. Many people are making loose comments regarding some road people from Bangladesh. They will take this area. They will take this area. These are the nuisance. Simply nonsense.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I'm Shorashish Bhattacharya. My question is, as India is rising currently as the voice of the global south, how does India balance a deeper engagement in the Indo-Pacific region while maintaining its emphasis on being strategically autonomic?
Would you repeat it again?
How does India balance deeper engagement in the Indo-Pacific with its emphasis on being strategically autonomic?
Now, that will be possible because the India Global South is something, a different platform. Now, do you have any idea that how the Global South evolved? Do you have any idea?
Yes.
Who was the architect of the Global South?
India is rising as the...
Who?
India is rising as the...
Who was the architect? It's the Nehru.
Nehruji, of
it's
course.
The Nehru.
Nehruji, of course.
He may strengthen the United Nations, and you will find what India have played in the United Nations during the Cold War period. Now it is the concept have changed. So obviously Global South is a different platform, Indo-Pacific is a different platform. So Indo-Pacific is exclusively related to strategy.
Okay.
Global South is exclusively related to how to develop coordination, how to increase bilateral ties, economic ties, global change, these are the things.
Understood, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Next. Yes, please. Go ahead.
What a question.
Sir, I am Bitonu Biswas from Presidency University History Department. My question to you is, recently there has been a term used specifically by Bangladesh and a few other countries that India is being a regional bully. This image is being propagated. Now my question is, how can India actually emphasize that India isn't a regional bully unlike China and act as a parallel influence in the Indo-Pacific region? Thank you, sir.
What is the size of the India in South Asia? Do you have any idea?
So in South Asia, it's the largest country.
Include all South Asia. What is the total territory India occupying?
So around 7 lakh square kilometers.
I am talking of the area. Suppose it is 100 kilometer. India is occupying what? The total area.
Around 60%.
77%, the largest country in South Asia. Okay?
Yes.
The point is that India have created an image that India is a peace-loving country. Wherever you will go, you will find India is a peace-loving country. Yes, there are some historical mistakes. Maybe there, many you may not agree with me, that at one point of time, Indira Gandhi, that there was a proverb or less, the neighboring country, they are raising that India is a big power. That perception have changed. That perception is totally changed now. India is not a big power. India wanted to increase its strength. So that's why India is giving more emphasis on look east, act east and other areas. I have to expand my influence, my autonomy, my strength. Every country will do that. So India is not at all bullying any country. If India is at all bullying any country, then the situation will be different what is going on currently in Bangladesh. India is not bullying, just simply observing. Just simply observing. This is my perception. First of all, yes, that is the image India have. Whenever there is a natural disaster, it may be in Nepal, it may be in Bangladesh, it may be anywhere, India has immediately helped. Even when the tsunami took place, Indian Navy went and all the way to the most affected place, the Aceh. So the point is that India has created that image. You can say what you are telling, it is a simply newspaper media information. Media is writing lot of bogus things.
Thank you. I think question session is over with that. And one more last. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Siva Moja from Globsin Business School. My question is to Mr. Ishikawa.
I'm set.
Sorry, sir? To Mr. Ishikawa.
Yeah.
Should I continue? Sir, how does Japan assess China's growing influence in the region, and where does India fit into Japan's response in the Indo-Pacific region?
Your question again, how Japan cope with China?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How does Japan assess China's growing influence in the region, Indo-Pacific region, where does India fit into Japan's response?
To it.
Response to it.
Yeah. I cannot, clearly get, but as I said a while ago, that the Indo-Pacific, that Japanese initiative, the FOIP, Free and Open Indo-Pacific, this is not exclusive, initiative, inclusive, transparent, and any country is welcome to, come to cooperate. The most important thing is, that freedom, democracy, and rule of law. And Japan has been very, consistently, contributed to the peace and development of the international community. And of course, that Japan, China, we are neighbors. As you know, that we have a long history in almost 2,000 years, and you know that not only Japan, China, but usually neighboring countries usually have problems always. So, but we are friendly countries in principle. We'd like to, try our best to solve the, problems peacefully. And one thing that I would like to point out that, any countries has to respect and adhere international law. And nobody can do, change the status quo by force. So in that sense, that Japan have to cooperate with other like-minded countries, freedom countries, that the US, Australia, India, and ASEAN countries. And that these are very important to persuade China to be back in the international, arena. China is a big country, big power already. However, if all other countries should, cooperate, should be united to talk to China, I think that we still have hope. In the sense, that I always think that strong India is Japan's interest. And strong Japan is also India's interest. Japan should be strong. India should be strong. US should be strong. Australia should be strong. So all these like-minded countries should be united to negotiate with China. That is our future. That's why I believe.
Good, very good.
Thank you, sir.
I think now I'll have to close the question answer session because we are running out of the time. So I'll request Professor Rupe Mishra, the chair of the session, to make his closing observation. Professor Mishra.
Excellent presentation. And I thought that His Excellency does not want to recognize the elephant in the room. But now he has done it very clearly. So, His Excellency, I felt that he is not wanting to recognize the elephant in the room, and Professor Tridip Chakraborty has whole lot of complaint against the elephant. Entire paper is about that elephant called China. China has arrived. You cannot discuss, analyze China in relationship to 20th century equations. And so therefore, it is absolutely necessary to take up from what His Excellency said, that we want US to be strong, we want Australia to be strong, we want India to be strong. Can we actually stop there? We want China to be strong. Americans are not recognizing China as a threat, as a security. They are thinking of China now, as per the National Security Strategy 2025, as economic competitors. And as I was mentioning, that whether we like it or not, US and China, they are in it together. And same thing about Japan and China as well. Economic interdependence pervades all forms of friction which may rear its head from time to time. But the underlying interdependence is what matters. We had two very excellent presentations. I would like to compliment His Excellency in delineating the essence and the essentials of Japan's vision of Indo-Pacific, which was very well articulated way back in 2007 by former Prime Minister Abe, and which has from 2017 has actually been moving forward quite well. However, we also have to answer the question, why the 2025 summit did not take place? If in India, and we are supposed to be the president, if in India we think that we are a global power and the whole world respects us and so on, then how do we account for the fact that the Americans, President Putin and President Trump, they met, in fact bilateral. In fact, Chinese, they have also been able to negotiate their trade relations and tariff and so on. Japan has been able to do so. In fact, we are the only one now left out, one of the important countries. So there is some sort of a responsibility on our part also. Gone are the days and the years that we have been saying that, okay, this is our moral standpoint and so on and so forth. Good. If there are 17% Indians in the world and we have a equal stake, 17% stake, then we also have the responsibility for 17% of the problems of the world. So what we have also been doing, that is important. Our relations with China is fine actually. In fact, certain restrictions that have been placed on the Chinese companies bidding in India is actually now going to be withdrawn once again. So therefore, when everybody is doing good business with China, whether it's Americans or the Southeast Asian countries, in fact Taiwan, by the way, the Taiwan has the greatest economic stake in China, and China has greatest economic stake in Taiwan. That is the fact. So why are we not trying to understand and redo our understanding of the world politics from the question of interdependence, economic interdependence? That includes China and Japan as well and their relationship. It has been a very good session. I have also benefited. And then something I must say about Professor Tridip Chakraborty's presentation. It must have required whole lot of imagination on your part to think in terms of BRI versus Quad. I never saw this, but then can this be a very good frame? Maybe it is a good frame, but ultimately BRI is a Chinese foreign economic policy and they are planning and so on and so forth. Whereas Quad is, of course, very much different. Can I leave the audience with a thought. What about China joining Quad? Think of it. It may not be a bad idea. In fact, where His Excellency and the way that he spoke while answering the question of the participant, in fact, it suggested that basically a country like Japan and that also India, we are inclusive. And when we are saying inclusive Indo-Pacific, then we have to beat the Chinese in the negotiation, in the discussion, when China also participates in as many forums as there are available. After all, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, now they are very much there. In ASEAN, they are there, additional members and whatever is that called, +2, +3, and so on and so forth. So if the world is about alliances, world is about discussion, world is about chai coffee, then let the Chinese chai also come in. Let the Chinese also come up with their coffee and let them also be participate. Thank you.
Very good concluding remarks, raising questions. Now, this is the advantage of the academics. Poor diplomats, they can't really speak, sometime even not their minds. Whereas the academics can raise any question, can speak whatever they want to. And this is the advantage of having a conference with the academics and the diplomats, where a free, open exchange of opinion can take place, and hopefully something positive can come out. I think with this hope, I would like to thank and congratulate all these panel speakers. They really spoke very well, made this post-lunch session also a little lively. I'm thankful to them, all of them. So friends, with this, I think we move to the next session, and I request Aditi Madam to please organize this. And third session is on the trade and economic of the Indo-Pacific. Very important session. And I'll invite Binod Kumar Mishra, who is already here. And Dr. Madhuchanda Ghosh. And has Professor Santanu has come back? Oh yeah, yeah. Good. Please come.
Friends, young friends, please come up. People in the back bench, please come up. May I request Saurav Maheshwari to hand over a token of our appreciation to our three guest speakers today. Professor Vinoda Mishra, our very own Shantanu Chakraborty, and Dr. Madhuchanda Ghosh of the Presidency University. Thank you for joining us today.
So without any delay, just I hand over to Professor Shantanu Chakraborty because he is not only the chair of the session, he is also the adjunct secretary of TIPS. Over to you, Shantanu. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We come to the second session in the post-lunch period. Since morning we have been talking about Indo-Pacific. One obvious reason why we are speaking about it is important in current global politics. Given, if you just imagine the way the region stretches from Indian Ocean right up to Pacific Ocean, it covers a vast area. If you look at it in terms of population, it covers nearly 2/3 of global population today, I think consisting of over 5.9 billion people, if not more. It's strategically located. But, just like in a billiard ball, when you have several balls, you need a cue to stick it with. Are we discussing Indo-Pacific region only because it's important? Who really decides when a particular region becomes important or a particular theme becomes important in international politics? And here we come to the still dominant notion of West centrism in IR theory and paradigm formation. Why I say this? Because the Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe is supposed to have coined the term Indo-Pacific during his visit to India and his Indian Parliament speech in 2007. But within international sphere, the scholars began to take notice of this more onwards from 2015, 16 and 17 onwards, when US recognized the term, which led to its acceptance by several other global bodies like ASEAN, etc. Now, herein comes the term. In case of Indo-Pacific, we often argue that is it a strategic space? It's more like an economic space. I would just differ a little bit and would take you back to pre-colonial times, because the space really existed. Very recently, Harsh Pant and Pratnasri Basu has written an occasional paper from ORF trying to define this region, and they argue that it's not really a stable region in the traditional sense, but it's a region which would see a lot of hedging activity, which would lead to what they have termed as a lot of interconnectedness as well as fluidity. Now, one might argue that this has always been the case. If you look at pre-colonial times, this entire space today being referred to as India-Pacific were really divided between three major, in the sense the West, where the Islamic powers dominated it, the subcontinent where India dominated, and of course China, which dominated the then East Asia. And along with that, you had a lot of intermingling region. You had regions connecting West Asia and South Asia, and you also had regions connecting East Asia and South Asia. Now, there were obviously conflicts of various types. I wouldn't go into those boring historical details, but since we are talking a lot about trying to use Indic paradigm to explain our recent situations, conflicts were not altogether absent, but there was a space for adjustment also. By and large, conflicts were adjusted. Cooperation. So let's say there would be probably 90% cooperation and 10% of conflicts. Now this began to change with the advent of Europeans first, with the onset of colonization, because you had the sort of domination policies as practiced by the West. Now, and which continued to affect this region. The second thing which, in spite of colonization, there would be a sort of limited modernization which would see, with the advent of new technology, steamboat ships, and then onset of telegraph, etc., as there would be greater interconnectivity of this region, settlement of population, etc. Now, what happened after the end of Second World War was, with a US-dominated system and with the onset of Cold War dynamics, we again had a tendency, particularly the American policymakers, began to develop this into a policy of segmentizing the entire area. So Southeast would be separated from South Asia, Southeast Asia would be separated from East Asia, forgetting about the old linkages which had existed at multiple levels, both at the top as well as at ground level. Now, the reconceptualization of our idea of Indo-Pacific is probably an attempt to go back to those old times when we tend to dissolve the segmented world and try to create and focus more on a more interconnected world. But of course, it's going to be a difficult task, and more importantly, the question probably is, I'm not a speaker, so I wouldn't be, it would be more interesting to see that whether we are doing it on behalf of Western policymakers, because if you look at the think tanks, even based in India, and there are a lot of think tanks within India which are either directly funded by Western governments or various Western institutions, and also there are other indigenous think tanks who simply continue to follow the Western paradigm. So when we talk, when you see the think tanks, the university courses, in our seminar agenda, when we are talking about Indo-Pacific, we have to be careful in the sense that we have to see that whether we are talking about Indo-Pacific as the American or our other Western or the predominant Western paradigm would like to define it, or are we at all able to develop a new paradigm of our own, probably an Indic idea of Indo-Pacific in India, a Japanese idea about Indo-Pacific, whether that is at all possible. But anyway, we have two very eminent panelists here. My old friend, Dr. Vinoda Kumar Mishra, a veteran researcher on Indo-Pacific, and Dr. Madhuchanda Ghosh from Political Science Department, who has been working on Indo-Pacific and India's relations with Japan, and probably they would be able to throw you some answers in their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we move to the first speaker in this panel, Dr. Vinoda Kumar Mishra, a very old friend of mine, and I requested him at the last moment, and he is very kind enough to agree and join us. Dr. Vinoda Mishra, please.
Thank you, Chair. My friend Shantanu. Just a sentence that why am I here? Though I have moved away from academics since last 5 years, it's true that I was involved in this particular topic when my respected Sitaramji gave me a call 4 days back that you have to come to speak on Indo-Pacific. Well, there was something inside me. What is that something? Because I could relate that while he was the chairman of Maulana Abul Kalam Azad Institute of Asian Studies, I was a researcher. I had developed a research proposal in the year 2012, positioning India in the emerging Indo-Pacific security architecture. This was my proposal, and which was summarily rejected by 4 eminent professors and Minister of External Affairs. They summarily rejected this idea. Had there been a PowerPoint, I would have projected what I wanted to do in that research. I can share that. So when Sitaram Sarmaji gave me a call that you have to come and speak, I thought this is a time of redemption. My idea at least has been accepted, though it is 14 years late. Now, only what I will be doing is I will be, recalling some of my ideas when I was dealing with this topic. To begin with, what my friend said, whose conception it is, Indo-Pacific. There have been a lot of contestations regarding the origin of this concept of Indo-Pacific. But when I wrote the proposal in 2012, I traced the origin of Indo-Pacific in the security architecture, or the appearance of Indo-Pacific within the security discourse. It dates back to Kevin Root, Australian, then Prime Minister Kevin Root's San Francisco lecture, where he for the first time articulated this idea of Indo-Pacific within the security architecture. This was there in the marine life, marine ecosystem. This term was quite often used. But for the first time, it was used in the security discourse by Kevin Root. That's where I would pinpoint the origin. And it was very quickly picked up by the Americans. Very quickly picked up by the Americans. Why? Because the Americans were getting jittery about few facts. What are those facts? In the year 2005, to be precise, with the involvement of 332 scholars, all eminent scholars of United States, they came out with a national security perspective, which is called the Princeton Project on National Security. There they have delineated the challenges that United States is going to face in 21st century. And surprisingly or not surprisingly, rise of China was put along with rise of terrorism as a threat to United States of America's security. Now, in order to contain this rise of China, because with terrorism they had their own plans, to contain this rise of China, something needed to be done. And Indo-Pacific was not an invention in that sense, because by that time, Barack Obama already had initiated the Asia pivot concept, if you remember. Then it needed to be recalibrated a little more, because United States was realizing that its ability to contain a rising China is not sufficient to manage this entire vast span of area called Indo-Pacific. So, in search of eager and able partners, an idea was conceptualized. Indo-Pacific, huge region, starting from Australia, New Zealand, and up to India, Arabian Sea. Now, the concept is, if it is an United States construct, why should we be worried about it? What is there for us in this Indo-Pacific? Is it a region conceptualized taking India's interest into account? Certainly not. Certainly not. It is, as I said, it is to take care. It was initially conceptualized to contain China. But realities are realities. They are hard. United States wanted that, it will float an idea and there will be eager and, capable partners. India certainly is in their minds India certainly is an eager and capable partner to contain China. And so they thought would Japan be, so they thought would Australia be. Now when it came to articulating an informal kind of alliance structure with the underlying motive of containing China, all these three countries started becoming jittery. Nobody came forward. The first meeting of these four, now we are calling four democracies, Australia, Japan, India, and United States. It didn't take place. Australia didn't attend. Japan was reluctant because the United States was asking them to join in a military alliance. Therefore, when United States realized that these are the countries, though they have some issues with China, but they are not ready to come in a security arrangement against China. That's why you see in the year 2018, the scope of Quad, this four-nation quadrilateral Quad, was expanded beyond the security discourse, and it covered almost everything under the sun. Agriculture, climate, education, research, vaccination, you say, everything was put into the agenda. The idea was that if we make it a bigger forum, so the security discourse can be pursued, succinctly in a hidden manner, and we can still have, these are developing, there are developing countries in this region, a lot of issues are there, so which matter them more than security issues. So they thought that, it would be a better idea that if we expand the scope of Quad. That's why I have titled my paper as Blurring Contours of Quad, because it didn't remain, fixed to the security discourse. Even that, when the scope was expanded to cover everything, not everybody was very enthusiastic to join in. As it was pointed out, in this year, the meeting also didn't take place. Quad meeting also didn't take place. Now, coming to India being part of this particular concept of Indo-Pacific and Quad, should India be involved in such a arrangement or not? As it has been pointed out by many, that this particular region, this Indo-Pacific, is very fluid and very unpredictable. Actually so. This particular conference also says so, proves that. The agenda that was circulated, I saw the name of His Excellency Consul General of China to be one of the speakers. But what I see, Consul General of Japan is here. So, so that is how unpredictable the Indo-Pacific region itself is. So, what I intend to say is that the concept of Indo-Pacific is at its nascent stage, because the perspective of countries differ. Japanese perspective, as His Excellency was saying, that he wants to see a strong Japan, strong Australia, strong India, strong United States. But he doesn't want to see strong China, but he can't even wish away a strong China. What is there for us in the Indo-Pacific? From day one, the moment this idea of Indo-Pacific was suggested to India, I was one of the members then doing some things with the ministry, in various ways. I had said that India should insist on a norm-based arrangement. Nothing other than that. Nothing more than that. We don't want any membership or counting members that these are the members to be part of. This region would be a norm-based region. That's the only suggestion we had given. That now, you think of norm-based international order, you think of norm-based Indo-Pacific. Is it possible? Which country is respecting norms these days? Right now speaking, can we say, we always blame that the Chinese do not follow norms. That's why I had suggested a norm-based international order or Indo-Pacific, because I was worried about the Chinese, because who have a record of not following international protocols. But now I see nobody is interested in following international law. Think about the United States, its action in Venezuela, its action in Iran, its action anywhere. Who is interested in norm-based international order? Nobody. At least not the powers that are talking about Indo-Pacific, they are not interested in norm-based international order. So kindly forget about looking forward to an order, Indo-Pacific order, where norms should be there and no norms will be violated. Now you are talking about navigation, freedom of navigation. Is freedom of navigation available to any country other than the United States of America right now? It is a country which can choke any country. It is a country which can seize any country's tanker. It is a country which can block any thoroughfare on the seas anywhere under the sun. So what kind of order we are talking about? Norm-based international order. Nothing like that. Now we are talking about last point about this others, that we want to keep China away. We don't want to involve China. Two major powers of this Quad. What is their level of economic engagement with China? United States, the figure is $582 billion of trade, mutual trade. With Japan, China and Japan, $300 billion of mutual trade. Are they actually adversaries the way they project themselves to be? Professor Om Prakash Misra was right when he said that United States and China have decided to lead the world together. It is very famous. We know as theorists. It is Organsky's great co-option of Challenger. The hegemon is co-opting the Challenger. United States is co-opting the Chinese. And they together are deciding how to manage this international system. Now, coming to India, what can India do? What can India do? Well, India has one advantage. One advantage at this point, and which is shared with Japan and to some extent with Australia, not with the United States, not with China. That is, India along with Japan and Australia are more acceptable among the Committee of Nations than United States or China at this moment. So we have better acceptability in the Committee of International Society. That is the only thing we can carry with us and build up to do whatever we wish to do. Now, if we have to do anything with this big region called Indo-Pacific, Sunanda K. Dattare in the morning began by that, saying that we should take care of our own house. I completely agree with him, that you need to take care of your own house first. You should make yourself attractive enough that people look up to you, countries look up to you. But what is happening? You are so exclusivist. If somebody comes to your country, you become phobic. So that speaks about your domestic politics. Now, beyond your domestic politics, the first thing you need to address is the region. Professor Om Prakash Misra is not here. I developed a concept in one of his books, seminars which later turned into a book, where I had analyzed this concept, that India lives in a structurally impeded region, where India is not in a position to lead South Asia. Unless you provide leadership to South Asia, unless you set your agenda in South Asia, unless you control South Asia, forget about playing any role in Indo-Pacific. You don't have any prospects there. Now, what is happening in South Asia? With great endeavor, India's endeavor, there were some changes to India's interest, to India's preference in India's neighborhood. In India's neighborhood, we caused a change in Myanmar. The military regime was kind of whatever, were made to accept Aung San Suu Kyi. And in Bangladesh, we were successful in keeping Sheikh Hasina for 3 tenures. But now, both Myanmar and Bangladesh are gone. What kind of diplomacy are we doing? What kind of politics are we doing? That we couldn't control these two countries, which we did for 10, 15 years. Why did we lose them? Now talk about Sri Lanka, talk about Bangladesh, talk about Pakistan. Who is accepting India's leadership? They will not accept India's leadership because this is a structural impediment. What is this structural? That's the last point I would say and end. Because this entire region, which we call now South Asia, was once upon a time part of greater Indian culture, Indian cultural space. Now from this Indian cultural space, these new nations are evolving. This Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, all of them are emerging. And the issues very important to their nation building, very, very crucial to their nation building, are all adversely related to India. Example, in Sri Lanka, What is the issue that bothers Sri Lankan nationalism? It is the issue between Sinhalese and the Hindu Indians and the Sinhalese Buddhists. And that is related to the Tamil issue, is adversely related to India. Talk about Bangladesh. Bangladesh has this problem of oscillating between the Islamic identity and the Bengali identity. The moment they have the Bengali identity, they are very good with India. But the moment they take up their Islamic identity, they don't want to identify with India. And about Pakistan, I don't need to say. And about Nepal, you would be surprised that there are 36 groups in Nepal. While the constitution of Nepal being drafted in 2015, I was somewhere related to that. All these 36 groups in Nepal, they are saying we are all nationalities. We are waiting for an opportunity to become nations. And the only thing that unites all these groups is anti-India sentiment. So these are the issues that are actually bothering India. First of all, our domestic issues. How do we make our system such that it becomes an attractive point? Because now United States is no longer attractive. Nobody wishes to go to United States, at least at this point in time. China, yes, China is a very attractive destination. It has been my second home. I have been trying to develop India-China relationship on a win-win trajectory. But somehow that has been stuck. But after being beaten by the Americans, the Indian government is now trying to cultivate the Chinese, which is a good thing. That is a good thing to be done. So my last suggestion is that if India wishes to play any role in this Indo-Pacific region and to its own interest, taking everybody's interest into account, it has to first make itself attractive so that all the countries in this region would look forward to engage with India, would look forward to send their people to India to study, to send their people to India to work. And that is how India's acceptability will increase and India's position will increase. Now, as an advocate in Odisha High Court, I came up, I had to fight a case last week just to say that how attractive India is regarding education. My state government, Odisha state government, has taken a decision to abolish all the libraries from the schools. So if that is the approach towards education, you can imagine how attractive we are going to be. Thankfully, the judge gave me a stay order so that libraries are still continuing. So first of all, we have to make ourselves attractive enough for our neighbors to look forward to us and come towards us. Don't be phobic. That is not going to help you. You cannot fight with Bangladeshis, you cannot fight with Nepalese, you cannot fight with Sri Lankans, you cannot fight with Pakistanis and still say that we are a great power. No, not going to happen. So take care of your own system and take care of your own neighborhood to begin with. Then only you can look forward to Indo-Pacific and become a global power. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinod, for, as usual, provocative and very enriching presentation. Now, I think we should take the two. Both of the speakers should finish their presentations, and then we could have a Q&A session together. So, may I request now Dr. Mojut Chanda Ghosh to please make your presentation.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I would express my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Sitaram Sharma and other organizers of Tagore Institute of Peace Studies for kindly inviting me to share my perspective on this very important theme, evolving geopolitical balance in the Indo-Pacific. And today, my topic on which I would like to share my perspective is building resilient partnerships in the Indo-Pacific, the case of India, Japan, Australia, trilateral cooperation. The Indo-Pacific construct, which conceives the Western Pacific and the Indian Ocean as an interconnected geopolitical and geoeconomic space, has assumed key importance in the emerging geopolitical landscape of the 21st century Asia. One of the principal driving factors, to my mind, behind this region's phenomenal growth of strategic importance in the 21st century is certainly the great dependence of international trade on the Indian Ocean sea lanes of communication, abbreviated as SLOCs, SLOCs. Today, we find that this region transports 75% of the world's maritime trade and 50% of the daily global oil consumption. The Asia-Pacific construct of the erstwhile Cold War era, which did not include the Indian Ocean geopolitical and maritime space within its discussion, has therefore lost its strategic salience today. Comprehending the geopolitical, geoeconomic, and strategic importance of the Indian Ocean sub-region, the late Japanese former Prime Minister, Mr. Shinzo Abe, mooted and propagated the idea of the Indo-Pacific, becoming the sole architect of this Indo-Pacific ideational construct in his historic speech, Confluence of the Two Seas, way back in 2007 in the joint session of the Indian Parliament. In this context, I would just like to add here that I would like to pay my sincere homage to the departed soul of this visionary leader of Asia, Mr. Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who very kindly gave me a long research interview at his office in the Japanese Parliament way back in 2011 when I was a Japan Foundation visiting fellow doing my research on India-Japan relations, and he shared with me his perspective on how to he was such a great proponent and supporter of India-Japan relations, perhaps the most Indophile Japanese Prime Minister with a true love for India-Japan relationship, and he was very articulate in his research interview with me that how this confluence of the two seas, which at that point of time he was talking about, would become the cornerstone, the very focus of discussion in the coming years in the strategic, geopolitical, as well as geoeconomic dictionary, lexicon, discourse. And in the very next year, 2012, the Prime Minister Shinzo Abe came back to the Japan, serve as Japan's longest serving Prime Minister with a resounding electoral victory. Now it was one of my, great, enriching experience to get his perspective one-to-one, and on how he was like, seeing this entire geopolitical and geoeconomic space, extending from the Western Pacific to the Indian Ocean. Now, when we are talking about my point of discussion today, India-Japan trilateral, Australia trilateral, the first point of, we would need to focus on is that these three states have not only, have been the early and principal advocates of the Indo-Pacific concept, but also they have been early adopters of this ideational construct. More than a decade ago, for instance, by 2013, the three states in their foreign policy lexicon had formally incorporated the term Indo-Pacific. The case for India, Japan, Australia trilateral today also instantiates another important argument, the very argument that increasing utility of minilateral diplomacy. It is widely accepted that in the early years of the 21st century, existing multilateral institutions and processes have struggled to provide effective platforms for international cooperation. By creating a rather flexible yet potent middle ground for collective action, the minilaterals are optimized for efficiency, effectiveness in specific context, issue-based discussions and deliberations, where broader cooperation is becoming increasingly difficult in case of larger multilateral bodies. So this paper of mine examines the trajectory of the evolving trilateral cooperation of India, Japan, and Australia in the changing global geopolitical landscape of the Indo-Pacific. Now, at the very beginning of my presentation, I would like to harp on this point that India, Japan, and Australia's embrace of minilateralism is an indication, a signal for strategic recalibration and a increasing quest for regional responsibility in an era when the Indo-Pacific geopolitical environment is in a state of flux, fragmented and driven by great power conflict. The semi-formal India, Japan, Australia trilateral, if we look into its evolution, it began to coalesce in 2008, following the collapse of the first incarnation of Quadrilateral Dialogue Initiative. Again, the architect was the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. In the years since then, this trilateral has developed an institutional architecture successfully and made some significant contributions to the emerging Indo-Pacific regional order. An in-depth analysis of the evolution of this trilateral cooperation and engagement reveals that India, Japan, and Australia share a strong intent and articulate the need for promoting and maintaining rule of law, increased intra-regional trade, ensuring regional maritime security, and regional peace and stability. The Indo-Pacific policies of these three states, which are themselves vibrant, vibrant democracies. They share values for peace and regional prosperity, and at the same time, none of them accept or condone, quote unquote, might is right approach, either in the South China Sea or elsewhere. And the three states have shared serious concern vis-a-vis any attempt by any states to dominate or unilaterally impose changes to the status quo by coercion or force. Their shared regional outlook on the Indo-Pacific has underpinned the establishment of cooperative initiatives across the security, economic, and diplomatic spaces. This trilateral now has in place the diplomatic infrastructure required to function as a coordinated coalition in regional politics of the Indo-Pacific. This diplomatic grouping has expanded the government relations for conducting foreign affairs and defense in their 2+2 dialogues, both at the bilateral level, at the ministerial level, as well as for broadening the economic relations for the long term. Now, if we look into and examine, we find that of this trilateral, we find that there are, in fact, some significant contributions of this trilateral towards reinforcing a rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific. Their sincere endeavors. One of them, to my mind, is definitely the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. The COVID-19 pandemic, the geopolitical conflicts, climate disruptions, and the rise of protectionist policies have exposed vulnerabilities in trade supply chains today. These disruptions underscore the need for diversification and resilience in trade networks, reducing dependence on specific markets or suppliers. As countries navigate this shifting terrain, fostering adaptable and robust supply chains has become a strategic imperative for ensuring long-term economic security of regional states. Now, in this context, this trilateral partnership and its collaboration are crucial in building resilience and securing supply networks against such external shocks. The SCRI, as it is abbreviated, Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, which was launched by Australia, India, and Japan, and later joined by others, aims to diversify supply chains, reduce over-reliance on single countries like China, and foster economic security through best practices and investment promotions. Another, major contribution ongoing of this trilateral, partnership, to my mind, is definitely in the domain of maritime security or MDA, maritime domain awareness, where the three, states are consistently, endeavoring in enhancing cooperation on regional maritime security. And they have not sort of, limited their area of cooperation only in, as security cooperation within the Quad or, in bilateral, exercises, but also they have sort of expanded to include such, focus as human HADR, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, then maintaining freedom of navigation to ensuring stability in the vital sea lanes of communication. So maritime domain awareness has been a really important focus on, achieving a stable, secure, and open and inclusive regional, geopolitical and strategic space in the Indo-Pacific. Now, apart from maritime domain awareness program of this trilateral, another key contribution to my mind, which they are in a ongoing way contributing to the emerging regional order of the Indo-Pacific, is definitely their cooperation or engagement as a strong pillar catering to the Quad's mechanism or quadrilateral linkage. So this trilateral cooperation of India, Japan, and Australia, they certainly, to my mind, serves a crucial pillar within the larger Quad ambit with the US and also Quad Plus mechanism. It's expanding to include more partners, regional partners, or like-minded allies, and expanding beyond traditional security to include technology, climate, and health, and creating a broader coalition for the public good and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific, in the larger Indo-Pacific context. Now, then another contribution, of course, of this trilateral, engagement, we could examine, is that their focus on promoting regional connectivity. And in this context, there has been a lot of endeavors on the part of these countries to work together to strengthen regional connectivity through infrastructure, trade, offering an alternative to the debt trap diplomacy, and fostering sustainable development, and giving alternative, avenues for getting, funding in the sense that which are more transparent and more inclusive, so that the regional developing countries can have alternative options rather than, getting sucked into any kind of debt trap diplomacy. So alongside these successes of the trilateral engagement of Japan, India, and Australian partnership, it also needs to be mentioned that there are some missed opportunities, of course. For instance, what are those missed opportunities? One to my mind is certainly the fact that defense cooperation remains fairly embryonic despite a decade of efforts, and is primarily limited to bilateral exchanges at the ministerial and exercise levels. Economic cooperation also, if we examine, we find that the economic cooperation also had faced certain challenges, faced headwinds, and one important setback to my mind is definitely India's withdrawal from the RCEP, which had raised questions regarding what the future economic direction of the group should be. There's also, the issue of how to revitalize the Quad mechanism, which features very prominently in their trilateral dialogue, given the fact that there's increasing, in the Sino-US tensions, Sino-Indian tensions, and the questions over the US commitment to the Indo-Pacific region. Now, given that there are many instances in which the three countries share interests, some points of recommendations come to my mind. One is that cultivating strong bilateral cooperation need to be an important focus of the three countries, which would then expand and bolster their trilateral engagement. Economic cooperation, to my mind, will need to be functionally oriented to accommodate these kind of different trade outlook of India, for instance, vis-a-vis Australia and Japan. Greater awareness of domestic priorities and political constraints in all the three countries constitute another important issue which need to be focused in order to avoid expending energy on initiatives, for instance, what happened in RCEP, India's withdrawal, that are likely to encounter sensitivities. Then, fourthly, to my mind, security cooperation will need to trade a fine line between the responses by the United States and Chinese governments, for instance. It will be constrained by Australia and Japan's commitment to the American alliance. And of course, the constraint is definitely there of India's prioritization of strategic autonomy. And the three countries' different forms of economic dependencies with regard to China. Now, these factors, to my mind, will definitely going to shape their future course of trilateral engagement in the Indo-Pacific, and other cooperative initiatives will need to be designed with these factors, or the constraining factors, in mind. And last but not the least, I would also like to harp on this point that at the end of the day, none of these states have ever followed a policy of containment vis-a-vis any one single power. And they are more open to inclusivity, to how to engage, such growing, great powers like China within their, cooperative mechanism, rather than following any kind of containment policy. And therein lies their, shared interest of making the, Indo-Pacific, order very open, inclusive, and liberal character. And in conclusion, I would like to say that the future of this Australia, India, Japan trilateral, it rests on collaborative and bottom-up diplomacy to build consensus around principles and norms. And this should leverage existing institutions and processes to amplify collective voice in an era when the Indo-Pacific is driven by, of course, great power competition, strategic competition, as well as complex interdependence. And Last but not the least, this India, Japan, Australia trilateral, exemplified by Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, seeks to build a more secure, prosperous, and rules-based Indo-Pacific, aligning their economic and strategic interests to shape a more balanced geopolitical and geostrategic and geoeconomic Indo-Pacific order. Thank you so much for your kind listening.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuchanda. And I think now we are almost coming to close of the day's session. But still, I would like to take a few questions, a maximum of 2 to 3. And after that, of course, there will be an observation by the chair. And then we move to the last valedictory session, where we have a very distinguished eminent journalist to chair that, Pranay Sharma. So please raise your questions. If anybody is there, any question is there. Yeah, please give your name and also the mic, please. Can somebody give mic to him?
As two of the speakers on the panel today has mentioned, it seems that there is a sort of rise of this might is right sort of policy. And if we look at the world order today, it was established by the United States. And when the United States itself is sliding towards this policy, is it possible that the world as we know it, shaped by international laws, is sliding towards a more primitive, archaic form of international relations?
It is addressed to whom?
Dr. Binod Kumar Mishra.
Let's take a few more questions. Okay.
Is there any more question?
So let it be the last question.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am Shinchan Chatterjee representing BDM International. I have this question. I'm addressing this to Ms. Madhuchanda ma'am, that you elaborately deliberated on the on this topic, that some lackings are there in the case of this trilateral pact. One is investment in military or military investments. You said that, ma'am. So this is, I want to ask this question, that is it really necessary for us, or rather how necessary it is for us Indians to, not just Indians, the member countries of the trilateral pact of Quad, to invest more in military if we can solve it through negotiations? Because this military pact, if we create a collective army, it seems like a provocation to other countries. Instead, we can we just solve it through negotiations and economic pacts?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Well, it has been the order of international relations that we speak in poetry but act in prose. When it comes to speaking, we all speak in terms of rule-based international order, norm-based international system, everything. But when it comes to achieving our national interest, every country depends on its own strength. And more stronger the country, the more is the propensity to depend or to use force. That has been the order of international system from its beginning. So it is wrong to say, not wrong, it would be correct to say that norm-based international order is just an aspiration yet to be fulfilled. We are still operating at the level of might is right in various forms. It is not always visible that might is being used, but it is might is right. That has been the order of international system from the day it originated. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Okay. With regard to my insight on that security cooperation needs to be enhanced, I didn't quite mention only the military investment as such, but I focused on the fact that the security cooperation needs to be enhanced in the sense that this maritime space ranging which sort of pervades the entire Pacific to the Indian Ocean region, this entire maritime space is being troubled by many non-traditional security challenges, and non-traditional security challenges encompass such serious issues like the lurking danger of maritime terrorism. All right, these are serious non-traditional security challenges. Then there are, serious security challenges like sea-based piracy, to which, many a times Japan itself, the Japanese sea vessels coming from, the oil tankers coming from the Persian Gulf and going to the South China Sea too, finally, landing up in Japan, they have been, hijacked by sea pirates. And, I would also like to, one evidence of that was way back in the 1990s. It was the Indian Coast Guard vessel, which, sort of rescued the Japanese oil cargo, and then the serious focus was laid on how fragile and deteriorating the security environment of this very important Indo-Pacific maritime space has become. So from that angle, from the point of view of securing the maritime space for international trade, for global trade, passing safely through this important sea lanes of communication, the major powers who have the capacity, who have the capability to come and collaborate in ensuring a greater safe and safe transit of international trade. There lies an importance, to my mind, in harnessing their capabilities towards maintaining a vigilance in this Indo-Pacific maritime security space. All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now I'll request Professor Shantanu to make some observations as a chair.
Okay, very briefly, it has been great to see two very eminent speakers making excellent presentations which have been both comprehensive as well as provocative. I will restrict myself to two comments because I think I would be there in the final panel also. One, to ascertain whether a region is well interconnected or not, we usually look at the level of interconnectedness at multiple levels. Indo-Pacific, or if you would like to term it as Asia-Pacific, no problem at all. It's connected at multiple levels, and there is room for all. China, United States, the emerging powers, and the established Asian powers. How you would connect yourself would be dependent upon global strategic issues connected, but it would also be dependent upon historical trajectory. I wouldn't go into details because I don't have much time. And there are, I talked about segmentization, the American segmentization, which is now getting dissolved. But you also need to remember that there are several subzones within Indo-Pacific, and each subzones have requirements of their own. And here, big players like United States or China wouldn't be possible for them, just like it was not possible for colonial powers to get into country trade, intra-Asian trade, at local level. Similarly, there would be enough opportunity for small players to play around this region. So this region, as it is evolving, remember it's an evolving region, and it has space for all. As far as possible, inevitable. There would obviously be conflicts. It's essential in case of any evolution. But I'm sure we would manage to settle with several negotiations. As for Vinod's question, he was provocative in saying, why is India not popular in South Asia? I would be provocative enough. I'm sure we can have a debate later on in probably another seminar. But I would just restrict myself by saying, probably India is not popular because the South Asia, as has been conceptualized from 1979 to 1985, when SAARC emerged, was purely artificial creation. If you look at India's connectivity, India was connected, for instance, till 1937. Burma or Myanmar was a part of Indian administration and economy. As a result of which the SAARC, that's why the intra-trade percentage level within SAARC always hovered between 4 to 6%. Was there opportunity? Yes. If you go back to 46, 47, if you look at the same region, intra-regional trade was nearly 19%, but that was just after decolonization, and the old networks had not been dissolved due to new national barriers. So if you look at it, India is focusing more on, through BRIMSTEC, other areas, India is focusing more towards Indo-Pacific. There was a time when Pakistan began to focus more on ECO, trying to revive old Central Asia connections, etc. In a sense, trying to look at historical heritage. South Asia, that is what. And second, in terms of popularity, I just remembered a joke. There is a spate of anti-Indianness recently in Bangladesh, and there is a joke circling around that my father, it was a comment by a Bangladeshi that my father, who hates India, laughed and danced all night after India lost in Asia Cup cricket match, and then next morning he had to be admitted in a Kolkata-based hospital. So whether you like it or not, remember, you cannot avoid your neighbors. In comparison to getting a Bangladeshi admitted in a hospital in Singapore or even in China, in Kunming, it would be much more cost effective to get him in a hospital in a country which you perhaps hate. But it doesn't matter, because there are people react on the basis of different principles and at different circumstances. But I'm sure it has been a wonderful session. May we end it with a large hand for the participants. Thank you.
So friends, we are almost coming to the close of the day's proceedings, say another half an hour, when we have this valedictory session. I'll request, okay, thank you, Madhuchanda. And may I request very eminent journalist, very senior journalist, Pranay Sharma, to please come, who will be delivering the valedictory address. And Shantanu will be here. He will continue to chair this session also. Yeah, can't escape, yeah. So, if Shantanu permits, can we straight away go for the valedictory address? Okay, yeah. Because I want to have a cup of tea as early as possible. So, anyway, please give a, okay. Who is giving it? You can give, Or
Sitaram Sharma to hand over a small token of our appreciation to Pranay.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. Everybody had a long. Please, please, please come. Come up, I can see you better. All right, let's start. We've had a very, very stimulating discussion day of, discussions. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. No? Hello? Hello? I'm a soft speaker, actually. That's my problem. Anyway. Will that be better? Hello? Okay. Is it on? Okay, a lot has been said about Japan. I want to start with a small story, the Indo-Japan relations that we are talking about. Former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's keenness or love for India was talked about. There is a small incident, I don't know if you're aware of this. When he was Prime Minister for the first time, it was a shorter tenure, and he visited India. He was in one of the five-star hotels in Delhi. And then for some reason, he decided to discard one of his undergarments. He had packed it in a package and left it behind. As he was leaving for the airport, he saw a hotel staff coming there, running. It was packed and washed and ironed, and wanted to say, "Sir, you've forgotten something. You've left it behind." That showed him, later which he confided with a small group of friends, that India's commitment and its service, that they took, they didn't know that whether I had discarded it, but they gave me the benefit of doubt, thinking that I have left it behind. And that was one reason, one of the things which really touched him about India and its commitment to give good service to its guests. Should I just? Okay. এখান থেকে তো আসছিল হ্যাঁ from this distance. Okay. So let me anyway start talking about the topic what we've been discussing. I don't want to repeat what has been already said. A number of speakers, they have covered almost all the issues, all the areas. I will draw your attention to what is happening now in the Indo-Pacific. What we see in recent years, what we've been witnessing, is a tussle which is going on, a churn. And this tussle is between two powers, major powers there. One China and the other is US. China over the years has become the main economic partner of most countries in the Indo-Pacific, while the US, which still has substantial trade and economic relations with the countries, is seen as the main security provider and in terms of defense as a defense partner. Now, these two tussles, they are pulling most of the countries in opposite direction, because it's a, to put it bluntly, it's a contest between a rising hegemon and an established hegemon. That is exactly what we see, which is happening in the Indo-Pacific now. How it pans out, some of the countries are already committed. They are treaty allies of the Americans. The focus has been mainly on ASEAN. How to get the ASEAN countries, those 10 or now 11, if you see, how to make them shift or take position or come over to the other camp. So far, they have been taking a very neutral position. They don't want to commit themselves. But it will be interesting to note that recent research shows that there has been a tilt towards China. And this is something very significant, I say, because it will have its impact on several countries in the Indo-Pacific who are not outside the ASEAN. Now, if countries are moving, whatever slight shift towards China, it has a wider implication, partly because they don't see the US at the moment as a very reliable partner. Thanks to Donald Trump and his presidency and the kind of policies that he is pursuing. In contrast, China has taken that space and is being seen as a much more reliable, predictable partner. Now, for countries who have a problem with China and have a very different view, I'm sure. But this is the overall mood in the ASEAN or in the Indo-Pacific, which takes a very important part of the Indo-Pacific. The second important development which I'm going to talk about, which everyone will have to be aware of or pay attention to, is this year, 26, there will be a number of meetings, or at least 3 meetings between Donald Trump and President Xi Jinping. And the outcome of that will be felt not only between the two countries, but also among the rest of the countries in Indo-Pacific. So I don't know, I mean, I'm sure that many of them, they know how this reset will take place, whether the reset will take place at all. This has to do with the US midterm elections. The US needs China to be the economic partner and set aside all the other disputes that they have for another day. But the implication of that midterm, why am I talking about the midterm, is that if for some reason Donald Trump loses both the houses, if his party, I'm talking about, the Republicans, then he turns into a lame duck president, and what kind of policies can he really pursue? All the policies that he might take, he may use his presidential power to issue notices and other things, circumventing the Congress, but won't have the same bite. So we will have to keep ourselves, all the countries in the region, ready for these eventuality, which is likely to happen by the end of this year. I'm talking about India now. Other issues have been covered already. What India, how it sees the Indo-Pacific. The challenges for India are many here. A primary challenge is that though we are trying to normalize relations with China, the economic ties have begun, but it is the US relation which is going to create a problem for India, at least as long as President Trump is there. His unpredictability, we don't know how he's going to move. And because of that, its ramification has been felt not only in the region, in Indo-Pacific, but also in South Asia. Many of the countries which were earlier aware, because in his first term, as you may recall, he had focused on India as the primary power and followed India's instruction of what India said, the way India looked at developments. This time it's very different. This time he has chosen Pakistan, and this itself has become a problem, not only because how he tried to articulate his role in the last war between India and Pakistan, but also how he has been wooing Pakistan's leader, the Field Marshal Munir, and also the Prime Minister, the entire leadership. Because of that, India will have to look for other partners. And yes, India has been developing its relation with the European countries. France is one, Germany is there at the moment. And near home, we have Japan, Australia, and others. But whether it will have the same punch or not, that will be difficult to say. We will have to wait and see how it goes. So this is my short presentation. I'm talking about these two developments. I want you to mull over. And I don't want to elaborate this because it will be a repetition of what has already been said by most speakers earlier. I would like if you have questions. So that would be better if there are answers. I mean, we can answer those questions. Yeah, because the time is so short, the thing, and there is nothing new to be covered. Everything has been already said, you know. I just picked up two developments which I think are important. One is the shift towards China, which is taking place, and the other is the meeting, these series of meetings between Trump and Xi Jinping, because these are the two players over there. If they come to some kind of an arrangement, whatever arrangement that they come to, it will have its impact here. So all the countries will have to.
Please go ahead. Give your name. And now you need not to tell the question is directed to them. Because all the questions will be directed to them. Yeah, over there. Yes, please.
Hello. Yeah, as you said, India and US relationship. Why we say, let us look at globally for all the countries. Yeah, sorry. My name is Satyanarayan Garg. I'm asking like US has got, the Donald Trump has got the problem with all the, like he's trying to screw all the countries and play a unilateral role, leadership role in that. Now the Supreme Court of US, you're not able to get it? Okay. Yeah, US Supreme Court has still holding the rulings against the Donald Trump's unilateral actions across the globe, like in terms of the tariffs. That is really the concern for all the countries, which India did not really accept it as of now. So suppose if the Supreme Court ruling goes all against, now how you see the impact, the Donald Trump has got the options to play with other countries, like with India, how it affects?
What the American judiciary does, a decision, it may be important for the US, and how Trump deals with it is something one can't really prejudge. He has, even earlier, there have been a number of court rulings which he has always found ways of circumventing. So we don't know how this particular one that you're referring to, how he will deal with that. And that is so much of an internal problem. I don't think, how it will have a wider ramification which goes beyond the US. So let's see. meaning it might just, but its position is not going to be weakened because of that. For that, we have to wait for the midterm elections and see whether he does manage to, under his leadership, whether they manage to win both the House of Representatives and the Senate. Then there will be another kind of a scenario which we deal with, because once you're a lame duck president, you can't really take any serious decisions, there. And if the Democrat comes, they will have a very different set of policies towards the Indo-Pacific. So we wait and see for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Sridip, I want you to ask something. No, you're talking about China. But okay, now let me ask you to make it. You did say a lot of things about China I was listening to. How do you see this development in the Asian, among the ASEAN countries, where most countries are shifting towards China? They are choosing China as a partner rather than the US.
No, simply the point is that if you simply see the individual countries' equation, think of Vietnam. I'm giving the example of Vietnam. It's a hedging case because if you simply ask any Vietnamese scholar or anyone, top level official, they have very good economic relation, but political relation is very poor. Like India, we have a political relation is very good, but economic relation is very poor. But you think of the Philippines stand on China, the South China Sea, which I have not discussed in detail. So China, Philippines, even Taiwan have a claim, Brunei have a claim. So there are a lot of problems are there. But point is that most of the countries, they are balancing, because after all China is more or less an important component in Southeast Asia. So you cannot ignore China. And even if China do not willing to antagonize these countries, because the most of the foreign investment that is China is doing mostly are from Singapore Chinese. So that is also an important point China can think of. So China is also making some sort of understanding, hot and cold, something like that.
No, true, but no country is moving towards the US. That is a significant development I'm talking about. Whether a country has moved very close or a little,
Philippines is there.
I'm saying that shift, the
Philippines is there.
A shift towards China.
No, Philippines is there. Philippines is very close to USA.
Philippines is there.
It's because of strategic reasons. But Vietnam is balancing. Vietnam is
even
balancing.
the hedges have started moving. That's the point.
Philippines is there.
Even those who were the hedgers, even they are moving now. That's the latest. Anyway, I mean, we will see, because it is still panning out how, what kind of an impact it will have. For countries like India, for countries like Japan, for countries like Australia, they will perhaps, their trilateral cooperation will get stronger, as it was mentioned. But we will also have to look at the implication, because it's not only limited to the Indo-Pacific, it will have its impact also in our own region, immediate neighborhood.
And one point is very, very important, that India's supply of BrahMos missile to Philippines and Indonesia is willing to take, and even they have supplied to Vietnam, that also antagonizes China. That why they are taking BrahMos missile. Everybody is thinking of their own national interest. So that is very, very important.
Certainly, everyone will take measures to, to safeguard their sovereignty or against any kind of an attack. That is how the alliance is going, really. No one wants a war, but still they are all taking precautions.
But if you don't mind, may I tell you something?
Yes, please.
China knows what Vietnam is. In
Yes.
79 February, within 7 days, they have withdrawn to give them a lesson, and they immediately withdraw. They really realize what is the strength of the Vietnamese mindset. So China also make an adjustment. Anyway, I think Shantanu will comment anything.
No. You know, since both of you have been discussing, and Professor O.P. Mishra in an earlier session had talked about the absent giant in the room. You know, on China, I remember about 6-7 years back, our university and Yunnan University and Kunming, we were trying to devise a joint MPhil course on Indo-Pacific with major focus on India and China in collaboration with New School University, New York. It was mainly being funded by New School University. So me and one of my colleagues had gone to Yunnan University to discuss, you know, how to implement this syllabus, how to introduce it in Indian universities, and or in US was not a problem. What about China? We were stuck on one point. What sort of maps should we use? We told them that we cannot use Chinese maps because you will show Kashmir in a different way. The Chinese had a discussion, and then they said, oh, we have no problems with map. You come with your maps here and you teach your course as per India maps. You see, China has no problems with maps. And my colleague was whispering in my ears, yeah, they don't have any problem with maps. If they feel, they will come and take it. Anyway, but idea is, it also revealed, you know, our trip to Kunming also revealed that all of China was not Beijing or Shanghai. You had several rather relatively underdeveloped areas in China which have much more richer historical connectivity with India. I mean, I don't know how many of you in this room would know that back during Second World War, when Calcutta, as it was known then, was a major Allied war hub, and the Americans, trying to help the Chinese partisans who were fighting the Japanese, managed to construct an oil supply pipeline from Bojboj here right up to Kunming, you know, throughout Northeast India. So these sort of connectivity issues are there. And some of, you know, as I said, Indo-Pacific is too big of a region, and it's a mature region. So you will have connectivity at several levels. Between, you know, we here are focusing on state level relationship. Of course, that is the most dominant factor in international relations. But beyond the state, you will have people-to-people connectivity, regional connectivity, which may not be of legal types always. It, you know, in case of India and Bangladesh, you know what happens in the border regions, etc. But these, as I said, within Indo-Pacific, apart from broader connectivity, you also have these local level connectivity which have survived at different levels, and these have been historical. No power, whether it's United States or in China, can control the entire network as desired, just as the colonial powers, the Portuguese and the British, had failed to do it. The second point, what I am more worried about, that we are trying to communicate using different languages. Sometimes it's possible, you know, it's easier to, even if you do not understand the language, probably it's easier for you to pick up the sign language. But the established global Western powers are speaking a sort of language. The Chinese are trying to reply using a different language. If you look at their entire notion, you know, they aren't saying we are major emerging global powers, etc. We are strategic powers. We are expressing, we are, you know, what you have told us through theory of realism. Look at their language. They are talking about civilizational, Indo China being a civilizational power, and there is a long-term connectivity. It's not China after 1949. If you look at the areas being demanded by China today, be it Arunachal Pradesh, be it, what is it called, Five-Line, the islands, the dispute with Southeast Asian powers and Japan, exactly, you know, you had a conference held in British India in 1914, where you had a Chinese delegation sent by the then government of the Kuomintang government, and a meeting was held in India regarding disputed borderlands, etc. And if you look at those documents, exactly same arguments which is used by Xi Jinping's government agents today in international fora when they demand those same areas. So they, if you talk with them, they wouldn't regard themselves an upstart power, as being pointed out within the American media or the Western think tanks. They would argue that it's our historical right. Now, whether that your historical rights were accepted both in history and in modern times by the other Asian powers is a different matter altogether. But as I said, because it's a vast space, where connectivities have been historically established, there is space for everyone. There is bound to be conflicts because it's a world in transition, but I'm sure because of the vastness, probably China is going to dominate, is going to get into conflict with United States covering the broad areas. But there would be middle areas and local subzones where there would be scope for emerging powers like India and other Asian powers like Japan, etc. We all can coordinate and hopefully keep down conflict to a minimum. Thank you. Is there any more questions to our main speaker? So I think we would, we should have a nice round of hand for Mr. Sharma. And before we conclude, may I request Mr. Sitaram Sharma to kindly deliver a vote of thanks.
I started with the vote of thanks and concluding with the vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to say that I am very happy and satisfied over the proceedings of this important conference. It has gone beyond my imagination and my satisfaction. We had a distinguished panel of speakers and they raised several issues, and the response from the audience was equally important. So I think we have now a better understanding of the Indo-Pacific perceptions of different countries and what they think about it. And we have not reached to a consensus on this issue, but certainly now we have a better understanding of the issue. And this is very, very important. We will bring out a report on the conference, and which will be an exhaustive report. It will have all the speeches, the presentation, including possible the question answers and all that, and that will be published, say, in another, maybe it will take some time, and the report will be published and submitted to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would also like to to convey my very, very sincere thanks to Ambassador Anil Wadhwa for his kind support, and also to all the distinguished speakers. Some of them here, they are with us, and some have left, but they were very, very helpful, very cooperative, and some of them agreed to join us at the very last moment, like Professor O.P. Mishra. Almost I dragged him, and he was not even, when he was asked to chair, he didn't know what was the session about. But then you know that this kind of relationship which we have developed with the friends, they have been very, very helpful. Then you know that Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been very, very helpful. We never expected that we will be able to organize within 5 months or 6 months of our existence. Shantanu knows about it because he has been with us from the day one. And when I thought of organizing this program jointly with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I was ridiculed. They don't give any support unless you are 2 years old or 3 years old and all that. But then we got it, and I'm so thankful to the officials of the MEA and that we could organize this. And I hope we will send our report, of course, to them that we are under obligation to send to them, and I hope they will be able to satisfy them, because that is much more important. I keep on telling Aditi, if we do a very good conference, then we may expect another support for the MEA for our next conference, maybe in the 26, because at least in once in a year they will give you only one, not more than two. Shantanu knows about the whole procedure, about all these things, you see. So that has been, and the panel of speakers were excellent, and I think the deliberations were very useful and very positive. I would like to now, because this hall is still almost full, which is surprising, most surprising. And these young students are still there, and for them I believe this subject was new, but hopefully interesting, that what is this all about Asia Pacific, or what about all that, whether it is relevant to them, I don't know. One of them or somebody was asking me, what is the use of studying international relations? I say, come to TIPS, we will tell you what is the use of studying international relations. But anyway, thank you very much for being with us almost till the end of the program, till the end of the day. And I think, Aditi, now we all deserve a cup of tea, if it's possible something more than a cup of tea, and we'll be very happy about it. With these words, I would like to thank everybody, all the office bearers of the TIPS, all the office bearers of the WEFUNA, our Secretary General of WEFUNA, Dr. Rahul Verma, and his full team, with Saurav and all that, whether they are here or not, I'm sure they must be around here. Oh, they are there. Okay. So I think everything has gone very well, and we look forward to the continued support and presence of all of you here. Thank you, the honorary consul, the diplomats here who are still with us. Thank you very much. Have a cup of tea. Please join us for a cup of tea. Friends, I think all of you are aware that our program was on the YouTube, and I'm informed that a very large number of people have seen it on the YouTube. Very good. Thank you.
Good idea. Rarely you have the time to discuss in. I wanted to share some of my Chinese experience, but then I thought that